Was assisted to the ground. We'll use the word
Okay.
assisted.
That's our liability term.
We're good? All right. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to this December 18th meeting of the Board of Selectmen. I guess before we do the pledge, I'll just mention our chair and vice chair are both out today, and without some written procedures, our chairman emailed the board and suggested that I fill in for the day, so if you both are okay with that, we'll just proceed that way.
I am.
All right. So we'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. First order of business is a police officer promotion. I'll call up Captain Hebert.
Good evening. So, yes, Frank Hebert with the Ware Police Department, Captain. Thank you for having me tonight. So, the Ware Police Department initiated a promotional process for the position of Police Supervisor 1, Corporal. That was on August 14th, 2023. The process consisted of a written exam, professional portfolio review, and a 4-week stint of acting shift supervisor. There were 2 oral boards also connected with the process. Officer Andrew Villaro, who's sitting to my left, has completed all testing elements and received a cumulative score of 90.36 out of an attainable 100%. Based upon these results, I am recommending on behalf of the Chief of Police that Officer Andrew Villaro be promoted to Police Supervisor 1, Corporal. I would also recommend that he continue, as he's currently receiving acting corporal pay, that he continue as a Step 2 Corporal on the CBA pay scale at $32.63 per hour, with an effective date of promotion as being today. He would then be in probationary status for a period of 6 months, and at the successful completion of that 6-month period, his probation will be advanced of probation. He would then be advanced to Step 3 Corporal of that pay scale, dependent on the town vote for adoption of the proposed CBA with new pay rates.
All right. And we did receive an email from the chief kind of with a suggested motion. And we've talked about this plenty already. So I guess I'll go ahead and make a motion and then we can discuss it. I'll move that Officer Valero be promoted to the rank of Police Supervisor 1, Corporal, effective today with a pay rate of $32.63 an hour, which is Step 2 Corporal on our current CBA. And then upon completion of a 6-month probationary period, be advanced to Step 3 on the CBA, Step 3 Corporal on the CBA's pay scale. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion?
We've received all the information about your boards, your orals and your writtens, and we've asked you questions before, so I don't have anything new. Thank you.
Yeah, and if I remember right, the passing score, the minimum is, you far exceeded the minimum, is
Yes.
my point. It's, a 90.36 is quite impressive. So, I suppose with that, no further discussion?
None from
All in
me.
favor?
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
All right.
At this time, if we could ask his wife, Jacqueline, she could present the badge.
Absolutely, sure. All right.
Thank you.
Say that?
did just let me know, apparently the video's not working.
The audio's
Right, right, you can
working,
hear us out there.
because it's
with
too
pictures.
short a string because of the weather.
So, if you could please repeat after me.
Still going.
I, Andrew Blairow, do solemnly swear
I, Andrew Bellaro, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully and impartially discharge
that I will faithfully and impartially discharge
and perform all the duties incumbent on me
and perform all the duties incumbent upon me
as a full-time police corporal,
as a full-time police corporal,
according to the best of my abilities,
according to the best of my abilities,
agreeably to the rules and regulations,
agreeably to the rules and regulations,
the Constitution,
the Constitution,
and the laws of the state of New Hampshire.
and the laws of the state of New Hampshire.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
See if she can stab him. Only bleed for a minute.
He was. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Actually, you have to sign the form. You have to sign the form too.
Son left.
Stay dry today?
It's gotta go in there and there. He has to, yeah, he's gonna sign this, yeah. There you go.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
He needs to stay though for public hearing.
Yes.
All right, then we do have 2 public hearings scheduled for 7, so usually what we'll do is kind of fill things in until that starts. That's, yeah. Yeah, it seems reasonable. We could go ahead with public comment, and if we hit 7 o'clock, then we'll just pause public comment, do the public hearings, and come back to public comment. So with that, do we have anyone for public comment? And if you could give me just a second, Frank, don't want to be rude, but Ricky
That's fine.
Ricky does keep a timer. I'm going to try and
That's fine.
stick to tradition here.
If I'm not looking at you, just verbally tell me.
I'll give you like a 30-second warning.
Oh, geez. It'll throw me off base.
Okay.
Which isn't hard. My public comment tonight is going to kind of stand ahead of the curve a little bit. I spoke with the town administrator this morning about an issue for tonight, but it doesn't pertain to tonight. So I asked her when the board is going to discuss surplus purchases, and I believe she said at your meeting next Wednesday, which I guess is probably a work session meeting, if it stands every other meeting. So, my public comment is, I have in front of me here a couple of 3 years of year-end surplus purchases, documents that you all received. They've been provided to me through those few years by the finance administrator. And I'd just like to point out that in 2018, you had $96,000 in, a little over $96,000 in year-end surpluses, and that was with a default budget. I don't know, for that year, I don't know what the estimated total surplus was that the 96 came out of. 2021, there was roughly $358,000, a little over, in gross budget surplus, and you spent over $281,000 in surplus. Again, I have the documents here. That's with a default budget. 2022, not that far back, there was an estimated 260, I know these are numbers, and I'm in the same position, you know, I have the numbers in front of me, I'm rattling them off to you, you know, it's that way, but I'll do the best I can to make it clear for you. So in 2022, $264,000 in gross budget surplus. Spent $132,000. So all these surplus expenditures, monies, should have been covered in the proposed budget. So why do we have year-end surplus expenditures? There should be no surplus. There should be no request asked or granted by the board, by departments, when they want year-end purchases. It should be, me personally, it should be an agenda item for a regular, not a regular meeting, not a work session meeting. So maybe the general public can get in a little bit easier. And quite honestly, it should be presented as a public hearing. You have public hearing tonight to accept money. You know, what you're really doing is you're asking the taxpayers to, you know, spend money that is unallocated. Yes, they did vote for it in the budget, but if it's surplus, let's treat it as unanticipated revenue. Public should have a comment, be able to comment on how departments want more than is allocated to them. And when I say allocated to them, I'm talking about the overall budget passing. I guess in a roundabout way, somebody could say, well, it's, even though it's surplus, it's still allocated within the budget. And by the way, the board this year, setting the tax rate, 2023, did not return any money to the taxpayers to reduce taxes. The fund balance, attending that, you know, the fund balance is below, et cetera, et cetera. If it's that bad, then probably that money should go into the fund balance. But that would be a second option. Send it back to the taxpayers. So we'll see what next week brings, what the grab bag is going to be, and what the selectmen are going to approve. Yep. And that's all I have for that. I appreciate it. Thank you. Did I make it?
It was, yeah, I paused it. You spoke for 1 second left, and there was 1 second left on the timer there. Yeah, no, you nailed it.
Thank you.
And yeah, for those, a couple of people came in after we talked about it. We're doing a bit of public comment right now until we hit 7 o'clock for the public hearing, and then we can come back and do more public comment afterwards, if needed. So, I guess anyone else for public comment?
Good evening, Richard Buck. A few months ago, there was a comment made by the chairman regarding issues at the transfer station, specifically with the demo trailers. And that he indicated there was a $26,000 deficit. Money collected for demolition was shy $26,000, which means we weren't bringing in enough revenue to cover the cost of demolition. And it also indicated that there was some night dumping issues. I haven't heard anything since, not by the board. So I'd like to know, when the board gets around to it, I guess, what the problem was. Was it underestimating the amount of material going into the demo trailer? There are other reasons why we may not have had all the money to cover the cost, and I hope the board has reviewed that and discussed it. Where's the $26,000 coming from to cover that cost? Because we don't have the money available to cover it through fees. So where's that money, the $26,000 coming from? What budget is it coming out of? I'd also like to, I think your primary responsibility is your fiduciary responsibility, which includes setting processes and systems in place to make sure the money is being handled properly. So I'd like to know what the board has done to make sure that's not going to happen again. What kind of reporting system is in place to make sure it doesn't happen again? The $26,000, did that just show up in 1 month, or was this accumulated over the course of a year? if you have an answer to any of these questions, I'd appreciate it.
We have answers to some of them. This is, on the spot a little bit. So I guess I can't commit individually. We usually don't respond, but it feels a little weird. We do have some answers. We can get you the answers that we do have.
Well, okay.
Yeah, I can't commit.
I'd be interested, yes,
Like,
but I
is
think
it, whether it's going to be an email or whether we'll talk about it in public. I do feel like we have talked about some of it previously. Also, I don't want to eat up your time with me talking either.
That's it.
I'm winging this as best I can.
And I'm also concerned about the amount of money that's in the undesignated fund balance. It seems to have been reduced to a point where it represents about 3%, roughly, 3.69% of our obligation, which is the lowest it's been, I believe, since I can recall. And I don't know how it got to that point. You should know. You should find out why. And in addition to that, the only way you can build up that fund, one of the ways, the most honest way to build up that fund, is by taking surplus money at the end of the year and putting it into the unreserved fund balance. It was already indicated earlier that, not tonight, but previously, that there was no money available to give for tax assistance. And that you probably won't be putting any money from the unreserved fund balance against any of the articles on the warrant. It's been a statement by the board. It's a serious problem. So if you have any money left over at the end of the year that hasn't been spent, I don't think department heads should be given the opportunity to spend it for things that they may or may not need. It shouldn't be given to them as an option that you want to spend this money, you can. You got a proposed budget approved, and what's in that proposed budget is what was recommended by the department head, not a default budget. So I think they should live and be held accountable to that budget. Any money left over, for whatever reason, should go in the unreserved fund balance. You're at a very, very low amount of money in that fund. You've got to build it back up again. And I hope you consider that seriously. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else for public comment? All right, and I will, like, if anybody comes in, because public comment was listed on the agenda after the public hearing, I'll just kind of readdress that afterwards as well. So in the meantime, with 13 minutes, we could do, let me just take a note to myself to come back here. We could do the manifest and some of the minutes, at least. Have the manifest here. All right, so I move that we order the treasurer to sign the payroll and accounts payables checks dated December 21st, 2023, as included in the following manifests. The payroll manifest, $70,121.09 for weekly payroll. Accounts payable manifest, $170,132.10. And the supplemental accounts payable manifest of $15,500 for a total of $255,753.19. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion? All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
All right. And then I did take some time, and I have some minutes review for the,
The manifest.
oh, I just stuck it in my
I want
notes.
to hand this down to her too.
Okay,
Same.
this is the promotion paperwork and the manifest. I just texted one. So yeah, I have notes on October 23rd, 30th, November 6th, 13th, and 20th and 30th. I do also think at some point we should talk about how to streamline this process of, instead of just, like, we're going to easily kill 10 minutes just talking about typos and stuff. So I think I'll just start with October 20th. And this was a very long meeting. This is kind of where our minutes have gotten jammed up, was everybody getting a chance to review this thoroughly.
October 23rd.
23rd, correct. guess, are you ready, Naomi, for some notes? Okay, so it starts pretty quickly with a statement that I read on the 23rd, and it's very, very, very similar to one that I read on the 19th, but it's actually a little bit different, so I need to forward the amended one to you for the 23rd. And then we did get an email a few weeks ago that we've mentioned throughout whenever we came around to correcting these minutes from Diana Dickinson. And so I took a stab on lines 394, 395. She called out some of the language that was in there not being what she had actually said. So there's a sentence, from what I can tell, you can have a non-public during a public with no notice, but I don't see anywhere that it works the other way around. And then I went back to the video and came up with, Ms. Dickinson said she can tell that you can have a non-public during a public, but doesn't see anywhere that it works the other way around, because that's pretty much verbatim what's in the video. And what I can do, I took notes that are just line numbers and correction. I can just hand this to you afterwards, too. I also had line 408, the word rapid, I think should be rampant from, again, just reading the video, or watching the video. Line 708, talking about park appointments, and the word appointed should be nominated because that appointment hadn't happened yet. And again, I just went and looked at what I'd actually said. I said nominated. And then likewise, there was a sentence at the end there that wasn't much of a complete sentence, so I rewrote it, and I actually didn't write down what the original was. But what I came up with was, when an appointment for a town body expires, the person whose term has expired can continue on until a replacement is found. Because again, that's more what was actually said. And then 831, 835, Cypre is just misspelled. So does anybody else have any further edits for October 23rd?
I have a few.
Okay.
Sherry, you can go first.
No, I don't have any.
Line 188, sorry, 187. I believe owner is supposed to be onerous. And 408, I believe rapid is rampant.
I think it's rampant.
I think he had that.
Rampant,
Yeah.
got that one?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. .423, I think allotted is alluded. On 451, we just have Justin. I don't know if we have a last name for Justin.
On what number?
451.
I didn't catch who he was.
Justin from John Stark Junior Generals.
They could be Hunnicutt, they could be here.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay. Alright.
That's why if we make them state their address, I can find them after.
Yeah. Okay, and 535, there's a RKL, I think that should be RTL.
I think what she did is followed the up above, because she's capital B. Yeah, but I agree with
If
you.
you think
but it's
that's
all
right, then
No,
I'll move on.
I don't think it's right, but it's always called RTK. But where she abbreviated it above with
Okay.
capitals, that's what she was after.
And 620, I think shot is shoot. That's it.
All right. I'll move that we accept the October 23rd minutes as amended.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I got about 5 minutes, so we could do the 30th,
I knew you were off
the next one.
the 30th.
Oh,
I
October
was
30th.
doing
No, 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 no.
September. We
No.
talked about those
Yeah.
upstairs.
October 30th, I have 2 corrections, line 175.
What, one,
Yeah, I don't know what it's supposed to be, but I don't think it's supposed to be no. Selectman Bloom said there's money in the DPW budget, no. And there were voters who said they're
No.
willing
Probably now.
now.
Man, the
What number
DPW
was
said
that?
yeah.
175.
It is at least. That correlates with the point I was making at that time.
Okay. So no would be now.
Yep.
And on 216, Vice Chair Knapp asked if we invited the DPW Director for an exit interview, and I believe it's DPW employee.
I also have two. 35, directors, doesn't need an apostrophe. And 135, wave, should be the other spelling of wave, W-A-I-V-E. All right, anything else for October 30th? All right, I'll move that we accept the October 30th minutes as amended.
Second.
All right, all in favor? Aye. All right. Look at us go. I could do November 6th. I had two for November 6th. 140 and 144 Valero, the spelling should be corrected to V-O-L-L-A-R-O. And on 230, that sentence ends, final year, the Board of Fire Wards before it becomes in the hands of the BOS, and I would change the end of that, so it's before those responsibilities fall to the BOS. That was 230. So before those responsibilities fall to the BOS. That's almost verbatim what I said. But it sticks with the spirit of the minutes. That's all I had for November 6th.
I had none.
All right, I'll move that we accept the November 6th minutes as amended.
Yes. Second.
All right, all in favor?
Yes.
yes,
Yes. Okay.
you're at 6:58. so-
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have no comments on the 20th.
All right, well, you can do
Oh,
it.
wait, sorry, I was skipping ahead. I skipped the 13th.
Yeah, 13.
Oops. All right, all right. I'll pump the brakes. Okay. Everybody still awake?
Really.
Too late for coffee, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to do the 13th or not?
No, just. Okay, so I guess I'll just preface real quick. We do have two separate public hearings, one of them about an APHIS machine for capturing and submitting fingerprint records to the New Hampshire Department of Safety, as described here, to be more efficient in processing and submitting fingerprint records to the FBI. And then we'll have another public hearing accepting unanticipated revenue in the amount of $79,797.36 from the state of New Hampshire for distribution of a one-time payment to the town based on mileage of Class 4 and 5 highways, and that's per House Bill 2 from the State House of Representatives. So with that, want to sit down? Can you give us just a quick status, or just an overview of the APHIS machine?
Absolutely. Frank Heber, Captain with the Ware Police Department. So an overview of the APHIS machine, in the simplest terms, it is it's an electronic way of taking fingerprints rather than the old rolling with the ink pad, which is what we do still and currently. This is an electronic machine. I have a photograph of it here. It's, I don't know, 4 or 5 feet tall. So it's electronic, and what it does, it basically, there were 10 police departments that were selected to receive this $20,000 machine on grant. We were chosen to be one of the 10, and it speaks with the FBI, and it sends the fingerprints electronically rather than doing the old roll and ink and sending out that way. It's what the FBI is pushing for and preferring. It's much more efficient on their end, and I would certainly argue that it would be more efficient on our end as well.
Okay, and let me make sure I get the details correct. We are not, the machine will continue to belong to the state police. It would reside in our building.
Correct.
And then there is the option that we could purchase separate equipment that makes the transfer of the information from the APHIS machine to our current systems easier.
Yes, so the machine, as I said, is $20,000 that is covered with the grant. State pays for that, and the state does maintain ownership of the machine itself. They also take care of the reoccurring costs, approximately $3,500 annually. So that is not on us, that is on the state. We do have the option of getting a printer, which the printer itself would be a one-time purchase, and that would be $1,300. Printer plus supplies. I have spoken personally to a couple of officers. We do have one officer here that's working with us that had firsthand use with APHIS at the Concord Police Department. He strongly suggested going forward with the printer. It just would make things much more efficient, expediency.
And we did, actually, when I was reviewing the minutes, we had talked about this within the last month or two, and if I remember right, it saved something about 40 minutes per arrest. We were so far at 170 arrests annually, so it came out to saving so far about 120 man-hours. If that purchase were made, that was kind of the back-of-the-napkin math from...
Yes, I did run, and I would agree with that. And the stats I did run today were up to 190 arrests.
Okay. Okay. Does the board have any questions before we hear from the public?
What is your path forward on the printer?
Where do we stand with it?
Yeah, are you going to ask to buy that at some point in the future, or?
The last I discussed with the chief is he thinks he can get it out of his budget, I believe, but I haven't had any recent discussions with him on that. My role has been the APHIS machine itself and kind of going down that path. The chief and I have not recently talked about that, but at one point he did feel that he would be able to get it out of his budget.
Is
That's
it
not part of what we're talking about this evening, that has no decision
Well,
is
can
being asked
it
for.
be? I mean, are we able to have that discussion?
Well, you can certainly hear from the public on it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, it's $1,300 cost.
And is the APHIS machine independent of the printer worth accepting?
I've not used an APHIS machine personally. What I can tell you is in my career, I have heard many, many, many credible members of other agencies swear by them, how efficient they are and how fantastic they are. I do know that APHIS suggests this specific printer to go with that machine, because the way it communicates technologically, it's not a residential printer. So it wouldn't be fair for me to say yay or nay, because I've not used one. I can just say that I do have full faith in the people that, my professional colleagues and peers that have used them. And they come in, we'll have outside agencies, state police, sheriffs, they'll come in and they may process an arrest in our booking room, and they see our ink, and it's foreign to them. You know what I mean? So, yes, I do think we're behind the times, and I would believe that it would be very beneficial for us.
Okay. All right, I think with that, we'll open it up to the public.
Just wondering, are we going to be required to take any of the fingerprint cards and convert them into
And
this system?
I'm being pedantic, but do you mind just stating your name and
Oh, yeah,
address?
Richard Buck.
Thank you.
Do I have to state my address?
I mean, we
So
usually
anyway,
list it.
I know where it is.
Sorry.
Uh-oh.
It'll be in the minutes.
Okay, sorry. Well,
That's the question I had. Did you not hear the
do you
question?
mind repeating it?
Are we going to be required to take any of the fingerprint cards and convert them into this system? And in addition to that, in addition to the fingerprints, this isn't being given to us just to make our job easier, right? It's your ability to communicate to other agencies more effectively
The
and efficiently.
FBI specifically, the FBI specifically is, kind of prefers this and is pushing this.
In addition to the fingerprints, other information is going to be transmitted. And did you say we weren't going to be required to take the fingerprint cards that we have now and convert them?
I didn't answer you. That discussion has not come up. I know there's a printer involved, which would be simply printing paper. I know that the cards are electronically or digitally brought over to the FBI. In none of the discussions with the state has any dialogue gone back and forth about the current card, so I don't want to say for certain, but I don't believe that's a concern because it has not come up.
Okay.
I feel like there was one other piece of that that I didn't answer though. Did I answer all your questions? There was
I don't
one-
know, I was like interrupted, I forgot my question.
Fair enough.
No, it was the information being sent to, with the fingerprint.
Oh, what other
in
information?
addition.
It's the same information that's on the current cards now. That's, the identifiables for the person being arrested or processed or fingerprinted.
So how do you bring the two together and send that information out to the state and to the FBI?
Through the APHIS machine, which I've never used before.
Oh, okay. So
I just can't.
It probably just isn't scanning the print, it's also, if you put information in there.
Yeah. So my understanding is you put the hands or however it works, right? They digitally scan, I'm gonna use these layman terms, the palms and the fingerprints. There's a keyboard involved.
Okay.
And that's how the other data is put in there. And as we're speaking about that, there was some software also that would be involved that would, speak to the in-house records, you know what I mean? So you don't have to go, it avoids being duplicitous and having to go to the other keyboard, typing it in. The software would make the APHIS machine communicate with our current in-house records management. So once we type it in once with the fingerprints, it's already in the rest of the system. We don't have to do it twice.
And was that software, who pays for that?
We do.
We have to pay for that.
Because that was,
That's an
that,
annual expense.
right. So the latest email I printed, it was Chief Moore's estimate from October 19th. So we have better data, but he had estimated $8,000 recurring fee.
As you're talking, I'll go through the emails, but I had not heard the numbers on the software. You said, I'm sorry, the 9th?
October 19th?
Okay. Yes, 8,000 annual, I do see that, and I do not see any more reason. And I'm sure the chief did mention this, but obviously the duplicitous efforts is the time saving.
Yeah, and-
Or typos involved, or whatever the case may be.
And I should finish reading that sentence out loud. All picked up by the state PD.
State PD?
Yeah, so he said, on October 19th, I believe the machine is around 15,000, and recurring fees are 8,000 annually, all picked up by the state PD.
By state police.
So then, the part that we're discussing on the side
Is
is
the software
it's and printer.
and printer. That's what we're talking about on the side, correct.
So then the question is, what does that cost?
And I don't have that number tonight on the software.
So I don't know procedurally if we ended up just having too many questions that we don't want to make a decision, and we want to get more information, do we have another public hearing?
No, you take all your input now, but you're looking at two different things though, right? You have 15,000 for the machine, 8,000 for the contract, but then if you flip to the next paragraph, he does talk about there's $3,000 for equipment and there's a maintenance fee. We can charge for fingerprints to offset the cost. The school needs fingerprints for their employees, but state PD said they're submitted there electronically. I'll find out more information mid-November, but I don't.
And that's the question, is that maintenance fee? What is the actual cost to the town of that maintenance fee? And then the 3,000 that we're talking about was actually 1,300.
Well, it says for the printer and $3,000 for the equipment, and there is a maintenance fee.
Yeah, and yeah, like I said, the 3,000 was his estimate from October 19th. We have figure that's actually 1,300, but then the maintenance fee was never specified, and as far as I know, we don't have that final information.
I'm just looking here. I have a November, so you have the November 2nd email?
November 2nd. I may not do my email.
It was, yes, to the board.
I have a Saturday, December 2nd.
You have December 2nd.
Yeah, my email chain goes from October 19th to November 29th to December 2nd. That's my email chain. I could be missing something.
Yeah, I have November 2nd. I don't.
I do, I have one on November 2nd on the Avis machine.
But if you have December 2nd, it's gonna be more,
But that still didn't have a price tag on it.
Yeah, there's still not a price. I think you could do your public hearing and then you wait on your
Yeah.
response. 'Cause you don't have to
So
know
I,
the price.
yeah, I'll just say publicly, it depends on that dollar amount to me. So I guess I would like to know, is the machine worth getting if we, as a town, don't also pay for the printer and software? If so, what is the cost of the printer and the software? And the printer, I guess the printer we know, 1,300.
The software's 8,000 unless it's changed.
No, the software,
I will just add another piece that's, we do try to expedite as much as we can in the booking room. There are often enough times when people are not cooperative in the booking room. We don't want to do extra work and add more time to people being in there. It's certainly, there are times when it's more inconvenient, you know, whether it be COVID times and they have to wear masks or whatever the case may be. So speaking on a frontline level, I would tell you that there are absolute benefits that might not be jumping out on the paper in terms of expediency in that booking room. If we're going to put a new piece of equipment in there or a beneficial piece of equipment, have to type that in and then go back and retype the same stuff in when he or she is being processed, adding more time, that would be, that certainly would not be ideal.
yeah, and that was the 40 minutes we had talked about sometime in the last month.
So I think you can have your rest of your public hearing, but you can table your decision till next Wednesday.
All right, seems fair. Anybody else from the public? Or for, sure.
Does that provide you, does this system allow you then to access state and federal databases when you have a prisoner? Do you get, can you get the data? Maybe it's described as kind of a one-way street with sending information out. But can you get information once you take the fingerprints as to any additional warrants,
Well, we get that now, anyway, obviously, but does that machine specifically communicate both ways? I believe it does, but again, so the safest machine, there are different levels, is my understanding. I can see there's different packages you can get. It's not just one machine. So, think of it in terms of purchasing a vehicle and the different, upgrades. So the one that we're talking about here, I don't know. I do believe it communicates both ways, but, that's not a critical component to me personally, because I know that we do get that information anyway. Really, with me, it's the expediency and efficiency and, messy ink on hands, and it's a many benefits to going this route, in my opinion.
Okay,
Thank you for your time.
all right, thank you. More public feedback?
Frank Campana, I thought this was going to be kind of cut and dry in a sense, but I stole some of my questions, a couple of them. As soon as they say grant, should send up at least a yellow flag. I certainly learned a lot from the last grant that was accepted by the board for the police chief. A question was asked at that time, how is the grant written? Did any board members have the grant right in front of them to review it before and after it was written, to know we got what we really needed? So I'll ask that same question for this. Has anybody seen the grant? And probably would be a little bit hard to understand because you're not, in the profession, but you could certainly have somebody answer questions if questions came up.
We'll verify what I'm going to tell you, but I believe that the grant was written by the state police, not by our local police.
Okay.
They wrote the grant. They selected 10 departments to actually deliver the equipment to.
Okay.
And Ware was one of those 10 departments.
Okay.
We did not write the grant.
Okay, I heard some of that and the further explanation, I appreciate that. However, we don't know in that grant if and when it's going to run out, when the machine needs to be replaced. Is it, five-year life cycle? And is it going to be, a machine that's going to become the full burden of the town to bear? And I would like to be clear myself, just for myself. There were a lot of numbers and questions that were asked. One of my questions was reoccurring costs. I think Captain Hebert? I think he said about $8,000 a year. So that's a tax issue to the taxpayers. The printer kind of, minimally. But it should be firm, what the upfront costs are going to be, if any. Apparently there are some. Is there a life cycle? If there's a life cycle to the thing, or repair, I guess probably and/or repair, is it the town's responsibility, even though it's a state machine, state-owned machine? So there are, some specific dollar-wise that probably should be very clear to the whole board, all 5 members, of, what might become, what you're buying into that will become an obligation to the taxpayers in any means, even ones that I haven't mentioned. So, like I say, we've had an experience with one large expenditure that I think the selectmen could have been better, I'm not accusing, but could have been better informed on, had they, had more information in front of them before they said a yes, gave it a nod. So if that's kind of clear to you, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. To further public comment?
If I can add,
Sure.
it's appropriate.
Yeah, if nobody else is ready to jump in.
Frank Hebert, Captain, Ware PD. Sorry, I'm just going through the notes as we're speaking here. Might clarify a little bit. So additionally, the Department of Safety Division of State Police incurs the cost of yearly maintenance on the machine as well. It says the only piece that you may be interested in is a printer. It's very clear here that the state picks up the maintenance. So in terms of any broken down pieces, or if the machine went offline, I would have to believe that the state is going to pick that up. It says right here that the maintenance falls with the state. And in answer to, I believe, Mr. Butt's inquiry earlier with the cards, I see here, the Department of Safety has no need for us to print any fingerprint cards because it would be electronic. However, they do suggest that we do purchase the printer because we may have a need for a physical card for a variety of reasons. And I do know that to be the case because of many people that live in town, to include the teachers. They need to come in and get fingerprinted with the hard card. So the printer would be needed to print those cards. Am I making sense with that?
Yep.
All right, so I don't know if that clarified that a little bit. We would still, that's what the printer would be for, to accommodate the teachers and various residents from town that need applicant cards.
Okay. Do you know how the school pays for that right now?
How they pay for it, I don't know. They come in they come in, the teachers, and we fingerprint them. We have the cards. Maybe just be a service we provide for town.
Okay.
Oftentimes, they have the cards. We have a stack that we will pick from to accommodate, but I'd say it's a 50-50. They come in, they have the cards themselves. If not, we'll provide.
Okay. Okay, does anyone have anything else they'd like to? Yep, sure.
Frank Campana again, not to belabor the point, but is there any way, I can understand the hard cards, they're right there, you can see them. Is there any way for this machine to be abused? And when I say abused, now that they have a machine that can expedite fingerprinting, can the police department say, well, somebody walks into the office for I'm using the extreme. Somebody walks into the office for information and they say, oh, well, we have to fingerprint you. And now we have this machine and we can use it. Where the captain said, well, you put your prints on the machine and it records them. If it slips, if your hand slips a little bit and it slips enough, if I'm getting fingerprinted and my hand slips and somehow becomes misinterpreted as somebody else's fingerprint, again, wildly extremes, but things happen. So that's my concern. Where a hard copy card, if they make the mistake, I understand the ink issue. If they make a mistake, say, well, that's not quite right, so we have to do it again. So if there's an error in the inputting the information in the machine, the FBI is going to have it for the rest of, the person's life. And if it's in error, how does it ever get corrected? If it can.
Yeah. I can speak to, I don't know if it's the same machine, of course, but I had to get fingerprinted for my work a couple of years ago, and it was a machine as they're describing. It's basically a scanner, like you'd scan a document in, and then you put your fingers in. It's not like your ink, but it's almost like first you clean your hands really well, and then it's almost like a transfer solution. And then they roll it, and the machine is extremely finicky about, no, that was not right, do it again. No, that was not right, do it again, do it again, do it again. And then I think they even do a couple of copies, and then can tell, okay, this turned out exactly the same. again, I don't know that it's exactly the same machine, but that was the state of the technology a couple years ago.
Well, I appreciate very much your answer, and I don't want to insult you, but I would have liked that answered by somebody from the police department
Sure.
who's going to be using it. So again, I don't want to offend.
Yeah, and like I say, that's just my one data point. I don't know the same machine, but just try to ease the concern a little bit.
Frank Hebert, Captain, Ware PD, once again. So I do want to be clear, I've not used the machine, but I have spoken to some people that have used the machine. As it is right now with the ink and a hard card, as we'll call it, if there is an issue, it's not necessarily noticed. Okay, if somebody falls and slips, yes, we see that. What you're looking for in the fingerprint are loops, and I'm not going to get into a whole dissertation about that, of course. Many of those finite things are not caught until we send them to the FBI, and then they physically mail them back to us and say, you have to re-fingerprint this person, it got kicked back. We have to track the person down, have another officer do another set of prints, okay? Because our eye would not have caught that. The machine, as Selectman Bloom so eloquently mentioned, it would kick back immediately. So it would avoid, it would be better on that front, would avoid it. Again, in terms of what, and I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't know what else to say. It's not a magic machine. It's a fingerprint machine. If the FBI is collecting any other data on a hand, I mean, we could say the same thing about going through the toll booth and the photographs.
Yeah,
Taking fingerprints.
I don't like busy. Stoplights, toll booths. I don't know that. But okay, I guess, so it's my personal opinion. I don't know about y'all, but I would like to,
I'll see if you have any other comments.
sorry. Any other public comments on this? Yeah, I prefer to table it and get answers to a lot of these questions.
Yeah, I believe from the discussion we had before, I'm totally supportive of what you said, but just, I believe the recurring maintenance fee was the software fee.
Okay.
But we do need to put all that in writing and have it listed.
I'd like to confirm, because is it
specifically,
two
yes.
sets of software, and are we conflating them?
Possibly.
That's why I wanna
Maybe
make sure we're
never
not.
know. Possibly.
And hopefully this is just we get all the answers we need, and it's very clear, and it's an easy decision, one way or the other, with everybody next Wednesday. How do you feel?
Same thing. We need a list of all the reoccurring,
Okay. So we got quite a few questions, so we can go through and list them all, and let me see. Trying to think about how best to make sure we get everything. So I guess I'm just going to move that we table this discussion until our next meeting on Wednesday, the 27th. Do I have a second?
Second,
All right, all in favor?
yes.
yes.
Yes. And before that meeting, I guess we can just go through, make sure we have all the questions listed. So, and then I guess what I'll also do, if anybody is out there that asked a question and we miss listing it, I'll just please come up at the end and make sure we get it added. Okay, so what, just splitting out, spelling out, very clear so that apparently I can understand it. What is the state PD paying for, and most importantly, what are we paying for? And what are we paying for upfront costs? What are we paying for recurring cost? And what is, Mr. Campana talked about the machine life cycle. So similarly, what is the life cycle or the expected life span on this? When the lifespan runs out, do they expect to take the machine back? Do they have some kind of offer to purchase the machine spelled out? If so, what's the cost of that? And I suppose more generically, whoever has the grant, if they could send that to the board.
State police does.
Yeah. But if it spells out in there, you know, some of what we're looking for.
So you're looking for what the state is paying for, where PD is paying for upfront and reoccurring, what the life cycle is. When it runs out, does the state take it back, or is there an offer to purchase, and if so, what cost?
Yep, and,
Last one, you want a copy of the grant?
say again?
We know the maintenance they're taken care of.
Yeah, yeah, and we'll just, I guess, confirm that.
Confirm it and have it, confirm the price, what they pay.
I guess with the machine in our building, what responsibility, like, are we gonna have to worry about? So there's maintenance, sure, but what if somebody's in the room and just smashes it? Is that covered by them, or are we now on the hook to pay the state for their machine?
And Mr. Budd asked if we were converting any historical cards.
And also, is it a one-way communication or a two-way communication? Is information coming back from the FBI or from the state PD? What information comes back to the Ware PD?
Anything else?
That's all I've
I
had.
think that's
Yeah.
it.
Does anybody out there have anything they want to add?
Just, is there a timeframe associated with this?
Can you be more specific, as we talked about the life cycle of the machine?
When is the state gonna say, you know, you want it or not?
Right, okay. Yep. What's the drop dead date on accepting this and getting the machine in our building? Okay. All right, with that, I'll, I suppose, move that we close this public hearing. Do I have a second?
Second?
All right, all in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, and with that, open the second public hearing. So this one, I gave a summary earlier, but just to recap, the state for fiscal year 2024 passed House Bill 2, effective June of 2023, which directs the department to divide and distribute a $10 million one-time payment between all New Hampshire municipalities based on the distribution methods of Block Grant A, Apportionment A. It's a one-time payment separate from the state's regular quarterly payments to the town. This is a payment of $79,797.36. And it is based on the municipality's mileage of Class 4 and 5 highways, as well as the municipality's population. So I guess normally, like with Captain Hebert speaking, normally would have like the DPW director speaking, but he was running around town all day, picking up.
I mean, I think
Sticks
the
with
letter,
that, so.
the letter that came to us was addressed, I believe, to the select board, from the state of New Hampshire, DOT. And it talks about a special one-time highway payment in accordance with House Bill 2.
Yep.
For the payment of maintenance, construction, and reconstruction of Class 4 and 5 highways, and you read the rest of it. It's basically, provisions for distribution of the block grant of portion A funds. They're one-time payment based on the municipalities, but I guess they had $10 million to distribute as a one-time payment to all New Hampshire municipalities based on the methods that they use for block grant. Again, it's a one-time payment separate from our quarterly payments, and it's based on our miles as well as our population. So the state has figured out that we get $79,797.36.
Yep.
Next week, we're gonna get the bridge portion of that, which is 90,000 and change, but that's public hearing scheduled for next week, along the same lines.
Okay. Okay, does the board have anything they want to discuss before opening it up?
No.
All right, do you have any public comment on this? can you state your name and address, please? Or at least your name.
Thomas Clow,
Thank you.
125 Concord Stage Road. A few years ago, we established a capital reserve fund so that the money wouldn't lapse. So could this be put into that capital reserve fund that already exists so that it can be used when appropriate by the Department of Public Works?
By a warrant article. By a warrant article, we can.
That answers to come then, one way or the other.
Okay.
Okay.
Richard, but I have some statements by the New Hampshire Municipal Association regarding this grant. I was just wondering if they could be confirmed. As dedicated state grant funds, the additional funds will not become part of the unassigned fund balance. I just want to confirm that's true.
Yes.
It is, okay. It's also stated here, it's not recommended that these funds be placed in a capital reserve fund. That action requires a vote of the legislative body, and the road and bridge funds are already restricted to their eligible use and may not be redesigned. That's a question I have. It states here that it's not recommended that it be put into a capital reserve fund. So I don't know if that's something that would, based on this, if it's something that would prohibit you from putting in a capital reserve fund.
Do you mind if?
You probably won't be able to answer it now, just it's,
Yeah, well, I guess it's the NHMA recommendation. So do you mind if I just interrupt you real quick and ask our finance administrator, just fill in, like, where's the money going? Because both those questions were related to that. So where's the money going to go? What's our expectation for how it gets spent, all that?
Well, after tonight, it'll be going into the assigned fund balance, not the unassigned fund balance, assigned fund balance. That means it only can be used for a specific purpose, like Mr. Butt said. The only reason you would put it into a capital reserve fund is to gain interest on it, because right now, all the interest that it'll gain is going into the general fund.
Okay.
That would be the only thing.
Okay.
and because it's a highway block grant money, I guess, it can be used for equipment. So the board has been made aware of this, I'm assuming, weeks ago, that we were getting this grant. Have you had any discussions to what you're gonna do with the money? And I think that's one of the primary reasons why we're here, is to hear what you're going to do with the money. Accept the money, but what are you gonna do with it? And if that money can be used for equipment, there's some items that are appearing on the warrant this year that would be considered equipment for the highway department.
Okay.
It would appear that that money in this grant could be used for those pieces of equipment,
Okay.
which would, in some cases, if not in both cases, if there are two trucks in the warrant, would likely eliminate any of that money in support of that vehicle to be raised through taxation, which I would hope you would consider.
Sure. Okay. I guess, Beth, do you mind confirming that money can be spent on vehicles?
Yes, and last
Okay,
year we
thank
did
you.
use it to offset the road
Okay,
reconstruction.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay. Go for it.
Frank Campana. I'll offer a semi-apology. Some of what I'm going to say has already been stated. Hopefully, I can back it up with a little more information. My first question, is this in fact a highway block grant money?
Yes.
And it is, okay. I was comparing it to 2022 when they had the same thing. And the agenda of that meeting, and it did not specifically, it did say specifically additional highway block grant. This did not say it, tonight's posting. So that's
Okay.
why I asked the question.
Okay.
I thought it was probably the same thing.
What year was that?
Pardon me?
What year was that?
2000, September 26th, 2022.
Okay.
Right. And again, I didn't quite get the answer, but, or hear it. The question was asked, how long has the board known or made aware that this was coming? Certainly, well, I'll let you answer that. So what does the board, unfortunately, two members are not here, which is too bad, but, how long have you known about this, and what is the board's potential plan for the $79,000?
Yeah. Well, I can at least answer that we, or the chairman of the board received this information on November 9th, or at least this letter was sent that day.
Yeah, it was probably shortly after that.
Sure.
Because that was a week, that was a day before a holiday, so it would have been the next week.
Okay. And then I can confirm when the rest of us got that.
I was guessing 2 to 3 weeks before tonight, because you have 2 weeks for posting, I think.
Mhm.
And I'm giving you had a week before, something like that.
I mean, I can get you the specific date, but I think that's
No,
a fair
that-
assumption.
Absolutely, I don't need that specific. All I want to know is, you've had this for a certain, the board, the complete board's had this for a time, for a certain time frame, and what has been discussed to probably use the money for ahead of tonight, so
Yeah,
that
it has
somebody
not
from
been
the
dis-
public can
yeah.
ask that.
I don't think we've discussed that. We only met with Jason last week for his budget.
Okay, okay. So, what I'd like to propose to the selectmen, and I did that back in September of '22, and with then the over a couple $100,000 in highway block grant money, is to use that money to offset a highway truck. Article 11 of 2023, again, this money was in '22, so it was rolled over for the '23, this past March. Article 11, and that is said, in September, the town received additional highway block grant funds per SB 401. SB 401 provide funding with restricted uses. So I'll stop there for a moment, and I'll try to answer from those minutes on September 26th. And I'm surprised that, not to be critical, that you didn't use the word supplant or supplant or, huh?
It's not in the letter.
No? Oh,
Want to see
really?
the letter?
No, I don't. Well, back then, SB 401, provide funding with restricted uses, meaning may not be used to supplement or supplant local budgets. So that doesn't seem to be the case this year, this distribution. So I know what that means. You can use it. It was stated that providing services, local budgeted funds, not to replace, which was supplant, but could supplement. Local budgeted funds when providing services that repair, maintain, construct municipal bridges, repair, maintain Class 4 and 5 roads, or acquire equipment necessary to maintain. So I guess a truck is necessary to maintain roads. So at that time, Frank Campana asked if it could be used for buying equipment. I just wanted to have it restated, and again from the minutes. Spending money on new trucks is an acceptable use of the funds. Now, it doesn't say who answered that, but I'm pretty sure it was the town administrator, because she had said that. So I'm not placing blame, she just confirmed that. So, Campana stated, we now have provided balances, we have provided the balance in capital reserve funds for truck and highway maintenance, I'm sorry, yeah, for the highway truck and equipment. And he would like to see these funds be offset totally to reduce the taxation amount. Now, it doesn't say it specifically, but I know what pretty sure I said, to offset the cost of a truck, totally. I'm asking for the same thing, and it says in here, again, the mailer of last March, that it verifies, must add, but I actually thought I had I guess I missed a step. I should have had the article with me. Not the article, but what the selectmen's hand out, the ballot with other wording. So that's what was done with that $230,000, $240,000, because for those that were here, they might remember that also that didn't meet the criteria. The 240 didn't meet the criteria of the 260,000 that was asked for. But it was stated that there was $20,000 in the trust fund, in the account balance, to be added to that, which brought it up to the 260. So the truck, if you looked at, I'm looking to see, no, I guess I do have it. Tax impact, recommended by the Board of Selectmen, Finance Committee, tax impact, 0. Again, this was for last year's truck. So I'm looking for the same thing. I'm looking for the board to have very little discussion on it. It's pretty simple, been done in the past. Unfortunately, you got a little bit less than that. But to add to that, I refer to the highway director, I have to get used to saying that, not road agent anymore. His CIP, he had a truck, he presented a truck to the CIP, $280,000. Source of funding was from a grant, $224,000. See if I can get my math here. And a warrant article, which is you typically tax funded. The balance of that is $56,000. So that's what it would cost us if the article is written according to the CIP. It's going to cost the taxpayers $56,000. Well, you just got $79,000. You can get a little bit more than the 56. So you can well pay for the truck, which is probably pretty important, I would say, primary. And you can have a little over $23,000 left over.
Other than we didn't get the grant.
Pardon me?
We were denied the grant, so
Oh.
now your truck's at full balance.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, well.
We were
good.
denied the grant.
Oh, geez. And in fact, Jason, at the time, he thought he might be able to get 2 trucks. He wasn't sure.
Right.
But now we're not,
That was the
not
request.
getting the one.
Neither one.
Yep.
Well, too bad. I would have rather seen a truck than a wasted command car, but that's not the purpose I'm up here for. Well, so I guess I have to drop that down quite a bit, put the 79,000 towards the truck,
All right.
you know. So two members are missing, but to me, it's a no-brainer, and it's already been done, and that's unfortunate. Gee.
We hadn't talked about it because we hadn't had an answer yet from the Volkswagen grant. So now we have an answer, so
Okay.
we can put all our pieces together and see what we have. We haven't had that
Okay.
discussion yet.
Yeah.
This
No.
came after CIP, but it came before we got a denial.
Right.
So there's a lot of missing and moving parts, which is why we haven't had that discussion yet.
Yeah, no, I understand. Well, likewise for me to even mention that, you know, that grant money, how would I know, other than you just stating that?
No, we just got that information. This is the first time it's been said publicly.
Okay. So even more to the point, and I would state again, you'll hear me state it probably all the way up to March. Again, to use that money to offset the truck. And just remember that the town, the selectmen, did, for whatever reason, did not return any money to reduce taxes this year.
Wasn't any,
There wasn't any to return.
there wasn't any money.
I said for whatever reason. I don't want to get into,
We
where,
stated that, when we set tax rates, we stated that.
right,
Yeah.
yeah.
We're below the 5%, we're at 3 point something. so.
Right, I have that too, yeah. Okay, thanks. Okay,
you.
so I guess that's it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else with public comment? Sure. All right.
Tom Clow, 125 Concord Stage Road. I just caution about highway block grant. I think in the minds of the public, that's always been associated with road reconstruction funds. And just go with caution when you label it a highway block grant and then use it for something else. I'm not saying that what you're talking about with the truck can't be done. I just would be cautious moving into that because you don't want in the future to say, oh, well, we got $250,000 on a highway block grant, so why don't we buy the truck and use our 200 toward road reconstruction, because that's just not the way it's ever been. The purpose is to stretch that money as far as it can go, and with the number of roads we have in town, there's always a need for road reconstruction money. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Well, if you'll allow me, again, the CIP, the road agent, he has for the next 3, 4, 5 years, the road reconstruction at $600,000. He seems to always get it. So what the last speaker said, are really two different things with highway block grant. So now that last speaker, he wants this road agent to have 200 and, if it's 260, 300 and some odd $1,000? How much, can the road agent do over $300,000 worth of work in the summer? And what kind of work can he do without a new truck? So, I'm being pretty critical of the last speaker,
Okay.
if you'd allow me that.
Well, I think people have raised some fair points on discussing how the money will be spent, but nobody has suggested that we not accept the money. So I would propose that we do, and I'll make a motion in a moment, but I think that will be, how we spend the money would be part of a much broader discussion with things like knowing that we didn't get the grant for the trucks. How many trucks are we going to end up with? Are we going to shoot for one? Are we going to shoot for two? What are we going to try to offset with? Is it even feasible? Is a truck feasible? And if Jason's listening, can come yell at me later. But just, it's all, we need to talk about all this stuff. Some of the answers are obvious, but it's worth talking through, what happens if we're understaffed? Do we need the same number of trucks every single year? Maybe the answer is yes, and if the answer is no, well then it doesn't make sense to commit now to spending it on a truck. But I would say that at least having had the discussion in public, that the board is well aware that that is an option, and that previous boards have done so. So, does the board have anything else they'd like to discuss on this? I'll make a motion that we accept the money. I guess, Beth, do you mind confirming where that money's going to go? Just what was the actual name of the fund?
It's assigned fund balance.
Okay, that was it. Okay, didn't know if it was a particular assigned fund. Thank you. Okay, But I'll move that we accept the $79,797.36, which came from the House Bill 2 from Block Grant Aid Apportionment A, and the funds to be, what's the right word for it, put into, assigned into the assigned fund balance.
I'll second that.
All right. Any further discussion? All right. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye. All right. Thank you, everyone. And with that, I did say we'd come back if anybody has further public comment. So, take another stab
Close
at
the
that.
public hearing.
Yep, sorry, I'll move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. All right, and if there's no further public comment, now that we've come back around to that actual item on the agenda, going once, going twice, public comment. So that takes us to the department head committee items. We'll start with Chief Rourke and the 2024 Fire Department budget presentation.
I'll share.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Okay.
Okay. So tonight, we're gonna go over, in detail, and if anybody has any questions within, yourself or public comment, the budget. So we could start with the emergency management portion of that. Start right at the top. And I don't know if you, I mean, you guys could read it if you want me to go line for line.
Oh,
No, I would hope not, but.
Yeah, well, yeah, what we've done previously is at least call attention to the ones that may have gone up or down significantly.
Okay, sounds good. So, let me see here. I gotta get my eyes aren't that great. 30301A, and 301B, the telephone, and a couple lines down, you'll see that there has been increase 600 and 2,400 in that line, to a total of $3,000. The Emergency Operations Center was originally proposed, I guess, to be over at the school. And honestly, with everything that has happened with the school and no generator in the middle of the winter time and stuff like that, I had had some conversations with staff, and it would almost make more sense to have the Emergency Operations Center in the safety complex where we have a spot for it. And we have, that's originally, I think, where it was supposed to be. There's an office there for it. There's something on the door that says emergency management. And in the past, we'd used the fire station as like a warming shelter or whatever. And we're just not, we don't have the staff to do that. So I would think that that warming shelter portion would probably move maybe over towards the school where they have cafeteria, they have a larger space, they have, better facilities to handle, restrooms to handle multiple people. We just don't have that. So that, the money that's in there, is to bring up the EOC, so it is in usable form. Talking briefly, and we missed a couple of sorry, I don't have definite figures for you, because we missed a couple of dates on that with myself and Umbrel, our technology people. But walking through briefly, we would have to add a couple of phone lines. Our internet is not strong enough to support if a bunch of people came in. And that emergency operations center opened, we would just not have adequate, I guess, the technology behind it, okay? So that's what that money is in there for, is to start upgrading that room to a point where it's usable in the safety complex.
And you had come to us with a proposal 3 months ago or so, about getting a new plan together, I don't remember the right name of it.
Emergency operation plan,
Yeah.
and that's in progress as we
Okay.
speak.
So is this proposed money gonna align with how that plan's gonna come out?
Two separate things,
Okay,
two totally separate things.
okay,
The emergency operation plan is basically a huge document that if something was to catastrophic happen in the town, that everybody knows really what their position is and what their job or what their duties are or what they're going to be expected to do. It also has a list of references and resources, so it's kind of like a giant reference book. So instead of trying to hunt down people, we already have their address, we have their contacts, we've made contact with them to say if there is anything ever happen catastrophic, can we count on you to do thus and such. So it's basically almost like a book of agreements that are made, and especially between agencies, between the police department, fire department, highway department, health and human services, whatever, that's where it's like a Bible of that in case something happens, where this is just getting the actual room
okay,
in line with technology, so God forbid something ever did happen, everyone could come there and the technology is there to support it, where it is not right now. And
Yeah,
I can
and I
almost
guess-
assure you that it's not at the school.
yeah, I guess my point
We're
is.
way ahead of that, but we're still deficient in the amount of lines and our web availability and stuff like that, so.
Yeah, and I know some of this is, you're trying to do two things at the same time, that, where I'm going with it is, if you have an emergency operations center, well, surely the emergency operations plan would be in some way executed at the emergency operations center.
Correct.
So
Yep.
so where I'm going with that is, like, if the plan says, oh, make sure you have 3 phone lines so that you can call X, Y, and Z,
Yeah, I don't think the plan goes into that. The plan isn't there to design your emergency operations center. The plan is to have resources available, so you know where you're gonna get, 2,000 yards of sand, and you can make one phone call and say, I need 2,000 yards of sand. Okay, that's coming.
Okay.
I need 300 Jersey barriers. Okay, those are coming. You're not like, oh my God, where are we gonna get those from? And everyone's on their phone trying to find stuff. No, this is like I said, it's like a master plan for
Okay.
any kind of disaster that happens in the town.
okay. And,
And if you do, and I can certainly supply you with a more definitive number after Wednesday, say, well, give the guy a day, Thursday, or your next meeting, I could certainly give you a more rough guesstimate on what it was gonna be,
okay,
you
yeah,
know?
that'd be helpful.
This is just kind of the minimum that I thought was gonna need to at least get the ball rolling. I'm not even sure this is gonna be enough, but just to get the ball rolling for this next upcoming year,
Okay.
that's all.
Yeah, that'd be helpful to have.
And just to clarify, before you move on from that section, you said that you anticipate the warming station would still be maintained at the school?
Yeah, that's something we have to have. I have to have a conversation with the people of the school board
My
and
next question.
stuff like
Yeah.
that. In the past, like I said, not that there's been a lot of people there, but we have 2 people, and if we go on a call, you have the public just roaming around inside the fire station. I can't have that, you know? There has to be someone there, and that just requires, I mean, we have limited staff now, and it would just stretch us so thin to try to do that.
So
And
have you-
we're not set up for it.
Have you talked to the school about moving everything except the warming station?
I have not, because really the Emergency Operations Center was really never brought up. It was told to me that they thought that that's where the Emergency Operations Center was the school. I'm not even sure, as the emergency manager, 'cause I'm the fire chief, as the emergency manager, I'm not even sure that's where it is, to be honest with you.
I
So,
think that's only the warming shelter.
is it?
Yeah, I think it's
So-
only the warming shelter.
Yeah, so I wouldn't think that it would be there, but again, that's something I have to talk to the school with. I know they have, I'm sure they have budget concerns and everything else like that. It's just that they are set up for that a lot better than we are. You know, more space again. They have a commercial kitchen. They have bathrooms that are a lot larger than our one person bathroom, you know, so.
I think
Yeah,
regardless
sounds
of
reasonable.
Regardless of what happens, we're gonna work together as a team.
Yeah.
so it
Correct,
doesn't matter.
absolutely.
No, I just wondered if they had been, if they thought it was in their facility and we're talking about moving it out of that facility, have we just had the conversation? That's all.
Or are they
It
spending,
sounds like,
are they
yeah.
spending money
Yeah,
for the same thing?
exactly.
And just a sidebar, as we go in further, we just started with this emergency operations plan, okay? Owen is the person I'm dealing with, and as we're emailing back and forth and sending information back and forth, the school will definitely be that's gonna be part of our town,
Perfect.
that's gonna be in the plan, right?
Perfect.
So that will have to be discussed with, someone from the school board, or the school board itself, or whatever, that's gonna have to be brought up to
Because I
them.
think everybody's gonna have a piece of the pie.
Everybody's gonna have a piece of the
Police
pie.
will,
Yep.
DPW, we're gonna. have
Highway,
police.
selectmen, everyone is gonna be,
When the
is an
plan's
integral part of the plan, because everyone needs to work together and needs to know what their job is
Yeah.
to do.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions about that? The rest of it is pretty much status quo as it has been. Nothing else has changed on that. Okay, moving down to the fire department portion. We see a couple of things there in the beginning that's been eliminating stipends and retiring officers. When Chief Olson was here, the interim chief, the officers were pretty much eliminated from the call company side. And those officers receive stipends, so that's not gonna happen anymore because there is no call company officers. I'm running down, the next one that's, I guess, and there's a couple other ones there, payroll decrease or payroll tax. I'm certainly not gonna elaborate on that, cause I will mess
It's a
that up
decrease from
horrendously.
above. It's a decrease from above.
Yep, yep. So the first one, telephone, we're adding 1,000 because it's just, our telephone bill is, as you can see, that's a lot, but we've, the budget was insufficient for that amount, so we had to increase that. Next one down, capital area. Let me try to get a line number for you, 329. So, capital area, we're part of capital area. They hired another position, and with that comes a car, a salary, and benefits and everything else like that. And all the towns that are in capital area have to share that cost. And there is it depends on your population and the amount of calls that you have, and they break it up that way. And that was our portion that we have to basically chip in. Now, capital area 2, if we have a incident, this is pretty much it's like a liaison. They come out, they help you with, whether it's water supply or they just logistics and stuff like that. They help you on a fire scene or on a major scene.
And the 329 increase is only beginning in '24? It's not anything that you've had to pay for this year?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Nope, he just came on board two months ago, I think. Yep, 2 months
But
ago.
signing into capital, originally, we had to share the cost with all that use, right?
Yes.
That's how this came across.
Yes, yep. All our price that we pay is we're again part of that capital area, and it's all based on our call volume and our population and. Okay, moving down, my eyes are horrible, I'm sorry, 332, building maintenance. So building maintenance, we went from $5,000 to $10,000. I can assure you the $10,000 is a drop in the bucket that we need to fix what we need to fix at our buildings. They're aging. South Station, one of the overhangs, probably should just come down before it falls down. And the concrete is all spalled and broken up. There's boards and stuff on our current fire station, central station, that are started to rot out on the bottom of the building. There's windows, the windows in my office you can't clean anymore because the seal's gone, so there is no clear view out the window. You have a nice moldy view going through the window. So we just need to start tackling some of the building maintenance problems that we have. And floors need to be painted, just inside of the buildings need to be painted. Bathrooms need to be updated, South Station. So.
We have a handyman now.
Yes, and that is actually gonna be good because we won't have to pay for some of the labor on that end of the thing. We used to have Captain Huey, Dave Huey, did a tremendous amount of work for us on the fire station side. And, Dave is 70, he's getting up there in age, and actually wish him well. He was gonna be here tonight, but he is under the weather. But David used to do quite a bit of that work, and and for free, just materials. He would do labor for free, but we have our building maintenance person now, so that hopefully will stretch that money even further going down.
So you have down the comment, no building maintenance program.
Nope, there is none.
Are you going to create one, or?
I am going to certainly try.
Okay.
That I plan on. I just haven't got there yet, but as soon as this budget season passes by, that's one of my priorities, is to look at all the stations and prioritize what needs to be done at each station. For one thing, like we just got JP Pest to go over to Sugar Hill Station and eliminate the mice problem we have over there. They chewed through a bunch of fire hose and stuff like that never even had water run through it. So we have to do better, and that's going to be part of moving forward with that. Any more questions on that?
It was a big jump in 2022 to 2023 expenses. Was there any one big thing? Or was it just a handful of? For that line item, for 332, went from under 7 to so far almost 11.
I don't know what we have a couple members of the Board of Fire Wards here, so I don't know if you guys could remember that at all.
Yeah, we did get some,
Wayne, is that where you did the floors?
yes, that's probably, we purchased a
It
bunch
was
of
like
equipment.
$3,000 to do the floors, redo the floors. I remember that.
Okay.
Overhead door a couple times.
Oh. Oh, yeah, that's right.
True, and that's part of it too, the garage door, our garage door, a couple of them, the garage door motors, openers, just to give a little background, because I know this from this year. Our garage door motors, when they built the safety complex, they're residential garage door openers. Well, it's many years down the road, and they get used quite often, and now to replace one of those is pretty close to $4,000, I think, for a new garage door motor and stuff like that, so, one of those was replaced, I know that.
Okay.
But, as you can see, if we do one garage door opener is almost half of our budget.
Yeah.
If we get the 10,000. If we're only talking 5,000, it leaves me $1,000 left to fix 3 buildings for an entire year. You can't do that.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Next one down, 334A, professional development. That was put in for myself. So the professional development is so I can continue taking classes, seminars, whatever I need to do to keep up as a fire chief and keep moving forward. So I'm up on the latest and greatest stuff.
Okay.
Going down, minimal, but $250. And that's in our printing. So we started to send out, when I took over, I wanted to send out comment cards, okay? So every call that we went to, EMS call, fire call, didn't matter, a comment card was sent out to see how we did. And there's a self-addressed stamped envelope. You don't have to put your name. It's all anonymous, unless you want to. And we sent those out, and that gives some feedback, right? Some feedback from the public of how well we're doing or where we can improve. And that's been great. We've been getting them back, and so far, all, knock on wood, we got a great team up there and all good comments so far on that. But I'd like to continue that. But that costs money to do that. Number one, you're sending out an envelope with postage, printing, and then you're putting in something in it that they have to mail back, this postage printing, so hence why it's going up a little bit. Okay, the next big one, cisterns. As you could see, going back, it was $5,000, $4,500, then it dropped down to $500. We have over 30 cisterns now in the town. And the cisterns, they're ours. The town owns them. And every year, once if not twice, we try to make it out there. We circulate water, we put bleach in them, and we check the condition of the cisterns. Over the years, covers get broken, the cast iron rings crack, straps that go over them that have padlocks on them so no one could get into them, they rust out. The actual pipes you see coming out of the ground, all of those are iron, so they rust. And it's just the maintenance itself on to do those. Like for instance, if you have one cover, one round manhole cover, that is approximately like $380 for one manhole cover. One. Well, we have 30 cisterns and we have a $500 budget. And paint is $100 a gallon to paint them, it's just not enough. We have to increase that line back up to where it was before. And I could probably assure you that next year it's probably even gonna go up a little bit more, because we have to start maintaining these. If we don't, you're gonna run into a tremendous a lot of money that you're gonna be spending digging up a cistern and replacing pipes out of it if you can't maintain it. So I'd rather spend a little now than a lot later. So that's why that's gone up.
We don't have the budgets before 2023 in front of us. So I guess when was it 5,000?
Let me see here. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. My bad. I was looking at the, this proposed. I'm sorry.
Okay.
The approved budget in 2023 was $500 in 2023.
Okay. I guess, Beth, do you have that handy? Like, has it been higher in the last few years?
No.
No, it hasn't, or no, you don't have it handy?
No,
Okay.
I mean, we've had a default for 3 years prior to this one, and before the default run, it was still at 500.
Okay.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I can see where that would pile up then.
Yeah, there's just not much we can do with that amount of money to maintain 30 of them,
Okay.
over 30 of them. Okay, little bit of money back there, the 600, just we're starting to get our staff as being more qualified, better qualified, should I say, and so we're saving a little bit on the intercepts. Service contracts, 341. That is just gone up. It's just, those are all contracts that we have with Stryker that does all our cots in the ambulances, the power cots. Physio control is all our cardiac monitors, and Lucas is our CPR machines that we have. And all those are under contract, and just the contracts went up. So that just reflects the price of the contracts going up.
Okay.
Next line, fire supply, 342, last line on the thing there, that went up 1,000. We have purchased our flooring, machine, that now we could do waxing and stripping and waxing and buffing of our own floors in the firehouse. But with that comes, you need to buy the wax, the stripper, the cleaner. Plus, we're a 24/7 facility now, and this is like the first good solid year that we've been that we're fully staffed. And with that becomes more supplies being used, paper towels, just, toilet paper, soap, dishwashing soap, laundry detergent, stuff like that. So all that stuff has gone up, hence that amount of money.
Sorry, to go backwards just a little bit to 341. Are those annual contracts?
340, yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Those are annual contracts. They come out and they do all the servicing on that to make sure our stuff is up to snuff.
Okay.
So 343, fire hazmat supplies. We're at 250, I'm asking for 1,000, so it went up to 750. A lot of I shouldn't say a lot, but some of our stuff I'm really trying to keep out, and you'll see this now going on this side of the page. A lot of the stuff I'm trying to keep out of the CIP, like we bought pagers out of that. Next year's CIP, we have slated $90 odd thousand for radios. I'm trying to keep that stuff out of CIP and get it into my budget. And so that stuff, we don't have to buy all of them at one time. It's a slow purchase, so it just rolls into the budget, and every year we buy a meter. Every year we buy a couple portables. so we're not behind the 8 ball and we don't have to go out and spend $90,000 at a clip to buy something. So I'm trying to put that into my budget, and the $1,000 would buy another 4 gas meter. Instead of buying all 4 or 5 of them at one time, we bet to buy one. And if the budget passes, then we just buy one a year, and they go into a life cycle. They have a life cycle to them before the sensors go bad, and it's not even cost effective to replace a sensor in it, because the sensor is almost the price of a whole meter, one sensor. So hence why that's up to where it is.
So how many meters do you have? Oh,
Right now, in operation, right now, I believe there's 3.
okay.
But there is usually one on every engine, and I have one in my command car. We keep one on each ambulance. I mean, that's where it's supposed to be. But again, we're falling behind because, number one, we don't have the money to replace the sensors and the ones that we have. And number two, it's not cost effective because the meter itself is already 6 years old, and you're gonna put in a sensor that's, 7/8 the price of a brand new meter into an old meter that's 6 years old. So we're trying to, I hope to start replacing those on an annual basis, even if it's one a year, and just kind of stay ahead of that curve.
So you said you have 3. How many do you actually desire to staff, to put them where you said, put them where you said you were going to put them?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
So which there should be
7.
7. Thank you.
And what does one cost?
It's around $1,000,
Okay.
give or take.
Okay.
There is a line for fire equipment, and we could buy them out of that also. If there was, if there was money left in that to do that.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions on that one? Okay, next one going down, fire prevention. We had $600, and I bumped it up to $800, so it's only $200 increase. Plastic fire helmets aren't cheap anymore. You can't buy them cheap anymore. Neither are balloons, pencils, anything else, coloring books that you give to the kids. That we do anything for the schools. All that has gone up quite a bit. And just to keep up with that and still be able to, have the kids do something for the kids at the school. This year we had an open house. Just to do that it'd be great to have a little bit more money. There was actually some money that was put in by individuals out of their own pockets just to make that work and make it a decent time, and I appreciate that very much. But we shouldn't be taking money out of our employees' pockets to fund something that the town should be funding for the kids and the people in the town. So that's where that is. Next one is software, $347. Horrendous increase, right? $5,420. Went from $6,580 to $12,000. We are pushing for some new software in the firehouse, or basically when Chief Olson was there, we both kind of collaborated on this, and we started trying to find a software that was better for our our payroll. And a matter of fact, Chairman Hippler said something about that last meeting that we had, that there was an interest in finding something for payroll. Well, this is it. It's going to get away from our just filling out like a timesheet on our own, and then having Beth try to decipher what we wrote and to get us paid. Really what we're using now is basically just an Excel spreadsheet, kind of glorified, and that goes over to her. But this would be more accurate, more detailed, more secure. We can export it. It would be just a matter of pushing a button and that exporting it over to Beth versus printing everything out and then myself going over it, which I did a good job last week, I gotta say. Give myself a thumbs up on that one. It's the first time I did it, but going over and trying to physically or look at one sheet and then transfer it over to something else. Mistakes are made. Beth catches them all the time. Thank you, Beth. But this software would basically eliminate that. It does do a lot of other things too. It keeps track of our training. So it's just not only payroll, it's multifaceted. The best part about this is this goes with the software we're using right now, which is Image Trend through the state of New Hampshire. Okay, so the state of New Hampshire, we get that, they host that for us. We don't pay for it, they host it. It's cloud-based, and this would be an add-on that the state doesn't offer to pay for it, but Image Trend we can add on to what we have. So instead of we have one program right now we use for all our incidents. We use one program to do all our scheduling and days off and vacation. And then we have another program that we're using to do the financial part of it. And this would bring everything together. So we're using one program. Everyone's used to working on it already. Everyone has their login. They know they know the system and everything else like that. So that's what this slate is, what's on there. That's the name of it.
This is just proposed at this point, you haven't selected this and have a plan to implement it?
Nope, it says, I looked at a couple different ones and everything is just in queue. If the budget doesn't pass, we are gonna do budget as usual and we will be bringing over our Excel spreadsheets for another year to Beth.
And does the increase here and you're gaining efficiencies, does that reflect in decreases anywhere else?
Yeah, mistakes when I bring my payroll over to Beth.
Okay.
that she finds.
Okay.
So, and again, as Chairman Hippler said last meeting, that's what we're trying to get. We're trying to get away from me just going, oh, I worked 3 hours today. There you go. Versus this is you're logging into a computer. It's more, I guess it's more defined. Like you can't. There's no way really to get around it. You worked. You were there. So.
Okay.
But no, I can't say that there's any like drastic time difference that we're gonna save by buying this. It's gonna make life a lot easier. Instead of using 3 or 4 different separate programs to run the fire department, you're gonna be able to use one to run the fire
Yeah,
department.
and I guess, and that's,
Which
I'm glad you
boils down
brought
to
it back up, like,
efficiency.
with the 3 or 4 programs, are any of those like an Image Trend that we're paying for right now?
Oh, yes.
So,
Yep,
like,
yep,
can those
with
get-
the payroll part we're not, because that's just in Excel, but the scheduling portion, I'm not sure, Lieutenant, do you know that 1,500, 1,800 for EMS manager? I think it's something like $1,500 or $1,800 for EMS manager, that's our scheduling thing, so we would not be in contract with that. So I guess that's a savings on that end.
And is that reflected in that total?
That is, yes. Yep, yep.
Okay.
Let's see. Photocopier, the comment cards, we already talked about that. That was the postage, so just up $100 on the postage. I'm not gonna, fuel is fuel. That's already been discussed with you guys. Safety in the medical gear, that is all things that we buy from like Boundtree, any other kind of medical thing that we do not get from Concord Hospital that we use to keep the ambulance going. And just the prices have come up and we're always so close to going over budget.
Okay. I guess out of ignorance, what's that arrangement with Concord Hospital? Is that like, do you buy it from them at like a reduced cost, or are they just giving it out, or how's that work?
Yeah, it's, we pick up supplies, it's more general like IVs and stuff like that. Any kind of, like our medications, all our medications come from Concord, and stuff like that. But if we have to do like all our airways, electrodes that we use on our cardiac monitor, we buy all that stuff. We have to buy all that stuff.
Okay. But like, do you get to, like, does the hospital just have like a box of them that you grab when you're pulled up back there anyway?
Yep, they order, we have an order form,
Okay.
and we just order it, send it in, and then there's a place out in the back where we just go, and it's marked with our name on it, and we just pick up the supplies.
Okay.
So they'll tell, someone will just say supplies are ready in Concord. We go through our meds once a month and get rid of all our old meds that are expiring. They usually go back a month before, so the hospital can use them if they want to. But we just fill out a sheet and fax it in, and all our stuff is waiting for us when we get there.
Okay.
Protective clothing. Went from 10 to 13.5. Pretty much that's just the increase in the protective clothing itself, the price of it. Each set of protective clothing is roughly around $4,000, and that's just for the coat and the pants. A helmet's another $400 or $500, hood's another $100, gloves are about $100, boots are $600 to $800. Everything has gone up with that. I'm trying again, that's one of the lines that I'm trying to be able to buy, hopefully 2 sets of gear at a time every year to kind of replace. The gear has a lifespan of 10 years. After 10 years, you can't wear it. So we're trying to, or I would like to be able to buy 2 sets of gear a year, and that way there's none of this, we have to buy 15 sets of gear for people or whatever, Because really everybody should, we have 8 people, everyone should have one set and have a backup set. And with that's 16 sets of gear you have to buy at, like I said, $4,000 a piece. So I'm trying to just spread that out, basically, and absorb it in my budget and buy it a little at a time instead of spending a lot of money at a time.
Okay. Hey, what happens to the equipment at the end of its lifespan? You just have to destroy it, or can we get anything for it?
What? No.
Okay.
Nope, can't get anything for it. In the past, we have sent our stuff out to foreign countries, Guadalajara, it went to some other island that it went to. Usually we donate that to another, like a third world country or something like that. We have a bunch now upstairs that we actually marked, or we're gonna mark for, if we start like an Explorer program, just so people would have
Yep.
gear. I mean, they're not gonna be subject to fire or anything else like that, but just so we could kinda get some other use out of the gear.
Okay.
Next line down, the physicals, department physicals, another big jump, 1,500, 7,000. I would like to see all of our firefighters getting a annual physical, NFPA physical exam. The exam is different than your regular yearly physical that you go to your doctor's office for. This includes a pulmonary function test. It includes a 12-lead EKG with interpretation by a cardiologist. And it also includes hearing test, eye test. They do a blood test on you. And also this year, this includes cancer screening, which cancer is huge for people in the fire department. And it also includes a chest x-ray, which is also big for people in the fire department, because if you get a chest x-ray now, you could see where you've been, and God forbid you get some kind of disease, at least you have something to fall back on that you know, if it's occupational cancer that you got.
So is there a requirement for these exams? Or is it just we provide it as a good thing to do?
I would like to see it as a requirement.
But it's not currently.
It's, NFPA suggests that you get it done. Yes, it's part of the NFPA 1500.
Has everyone had a baseline done?
Yes, when you first get hired, you go through and you have an NFPA physical. Again, it's different than your regular physical.
Right.
Because there's different attributes to that aren't in your regular physical. But then once you're in there, you're in there. And then, you know, if you only have one physical, you're,
Not gonna do anything.
a lot of the stuff that we screen for, that they would screen you for in NFPA physical, again, they don't in your regular. And you would never pick up in your regular physical something that might you have acquired on the job or something like that. So that's why I highly encourage that to happen.
Okay.
Fire prevention. I don't know why that's in there. Oh, fire prevention material. Oh, I talked about fire prevention on office supplies. I don't know why in the notes it's fire prevention material.
Okay. So what
Okay,
you described with the helmets.
So
and everything.
346, what the next line item you're gonna read down there for fire prevention, I already said in 346 about all the stuff going up. I could just say in office supplies, we just have an increase, we're just doing more, again, with sending out the printing for paper on the, whether it's the comment stuff or envelopes or anything else like that, just general office supplies have gone up. Our use of them has gone up. So back down to that one, 500 to 1,500, so $1,000 extra for the open house, fire prevention week, public education, anything we have to do with that. Any questions on that? I mean, to like blow over that, but I kind of talked
Yeah.
about that at
Yeah, we'll
length
cover that
before. Moving on, okay, vehicle maintenance, 355, that's a big one. Our aging fleet. We've used almost every dollar what's in our maintenance budget this year. And I could say, unfortunately, our ambulance that we just had $6,700 worth of work done is now back at Hillsborough Ford for the second time this couple weeks, and still there. It's just, things are getting expensive to fix. And we're so close on our budget now, hence the increase.
And what happened to it?
There's such a horrendous exhaust smell in the cab that it'll make you start tearing up as you're sitting there. And it went to Ford and they said, you're all set. We brought it back, aired it out. They took it on one call and they had
So
to
it's
drive
the
with the
same
windows
problem.
open. Same
Okay.
problem,
Okay.
back to Ford again.
Okay.
And we have to keep that, in that ambulance, we have to keep another 5 years. That's gonna be the one that stays. And, so we have engine 5, which is up at the South House, and that needs to have, some work put into it. And nothing really mechanical wise, but, like the lights on the outside, a lot of them need to be replaced, they're burnt out. Everything's going LED now. You can't even, it's starting to get harder and harder to even buy halogen stuff, and, you know, so it basically would have to go out and get retrofitted, so that's why that little bit extra money is in there to hopefully maybe start doing that, because that's another thing that has to last us another 10 years or 15 years down the road. So again, we got to start taking care of the stuff that we have before it ends up to a point where it's this, oh my God, we have to put, you know, $30,000 into a vehicle just so it stays on the road. I don't want to be doing that. Going down, fire service, our education contract, that's just our vendor, that's our EMS training. That just, it went up $200. We have an EMS trainer that we have monthly training every month. So he went up $200. That's the $200 that reflects. Next biggest one, $359, fire training. Went from $10,000 to $14,000. So if the budget doesn't pass, I guess I'm gonna have to be really creative, because we have one employee now that's in class for paramedic school, that the cost of that class alone is $14,000. So, with that being said, that's why that money is in there. And she has 3 months she's been in there? 3 months worth of payments? So we got a little bit, we'll have some money in there also to send, other people to go to school if they want to go to, you know, fire class or whatever. We spent a lot of money this year sending people to school. And with the exception of one, that's in paramedic school right now, you know, everyone is out of school and graduated, and I'm extremely happy and proud that these men and women did what they did in a course of pretty much just a year to gain a lot more knowledge and a huge benefit to the town of Ware for their medical advancements. Next biggest one is $360, uniforms. $4,500 to $10,000. A pair of pants that I'm wearing, I know they're big. A pair of pants that I'm wearing are now $85 minimum. A golf shirt, one golf shirt is $70 for a golf shirt. A pair of boots that I'm wearing, steel toe boots, you know, you're talking a couple $100, $200-300, up to $500 for a set of boots. Just the uniforms have skyrocketed, and again, we are now a 24/7, 365 facility. You're in the stuff all the time. It's not you have it in your closet and you put it on twice a month or something like that. You're in it all the time, for whether you're on a training, details, coming into work, coming in off shift. If you come in for a call or you come in for callback, you go to your locker, get dressed. It's all just wear and tear on your uniforms. And just the price of the uniforms have gone up. And that's not even to say if anyone wants to get a Class A uniform. I mean, a Class A uniform is probably $2,500 to outfit a Class A. So,
How many sets of casual wardrobe do you provide per person? Not the Class A.
Not the Class A. When someone comes in, we try to outfit them with 2 pairs of pants, 2 shirts. That's what we do now. 2 pairs of pants, 2 shirts. We give them usually a stipend for a pair of boots to buy. They get a jacket. I'm not wearing, this is the inner liner to the all-weather jacket, but that jacket is pretty close to $400, if not over now, for an all-weather jacket. So it's a considerable amount of money to quote-unquote outfit a person walking through the door.
So can you reconcile, so if the prices have skyrocketed, what happened that we could spend, I don't know, $1,800 less this year than last year?
Oh, he hasn't.
Oh, trust me, I haven't. My uniform budget, I don't have that in front of me, but that's been blown out of the water since June.
I think it was just that last order that Olson ordered, that we just got, that's in your payables for tomorrow night.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was gear.
Oh, that was Bergeron's?
Yeah, that was Bergeron's, that's
Okay.
gear. That's $4,000 that I don't know. I'm hoping somewhere that maybe if we squeeze the paper hard enough, that'll
Come on.
find its way.
So I guess then I'm having trouble if uniforms aren't reflected in the uniform line.
Uniforms are reflected in the uniform line.
But it says so far, calendar year spending 4,943.
In previous years, you mean?
So I'm looking at 2022 expenses was 6,887. 2023 expenses through the calendar year, as of December 14th, a few days ago, 4,943. So that's how I came to the question of, if the prices have skyrocketed, what led us to spending that much less through 2023 as we
didn't have
did?
the people.
Okay. And again, like,
Yeah, you didn't have the staff. We're fully staffed now. Every year it went in 2 people, 2 people, 2 people, 2 people. So if there was only 2 people working at the time or 4 people working on the department, you don't have to buy those uniforms. And again, we supply you with two shirts and 2 pairs of pants. I can assure you 2 pairs of pants and 2 shirts do not last you the entire year. So you're actually probably buying 6 shirts, you're buying 6 pairs of pants and a pair of boots. And as the department, like I said before, this is the first year this department has been a full staff 24/7, 365, right? So now we have 8 people working instead of having 4 people working. So you're doubling what you had back a couple of years ago because there wasn't the staff. You also have people who are changed. If they changed we had 2 people promoted to lieutenants. Well, you can't wear your golf shirt anymore. It says firefighter. You have to have a shirt that says lieutenant. I just bought 2 white shirts, so I'd have a white shirt to wear if I went to a function or when I do wear it. And again, right there was $160 just in that.
so I guess that's my confusion. If all of that happened this year, then how did we spend less money this year than last year?
We didn't spend money. I don't have that figure.
Whatever
I was proposed, whatever I was approved for this year, you could probably add about $1,500 to $2,000 on top of that.
I mean, it says you're $400 over approved budget.
I'm more
I'm
over than that.
looking at, so it's line 360, and it's the second and third number columns. 2022 expenses and 2023 expenses so far.
What happens when you have turnover? Do you change uniforms or?
Oh, we don't give uniforms. They're required to turn them in,
Okay.
and we destroy them, for the most part,
Okay.
unless they're unworn. I don't know about you, I don't want to wear someone else's shirt.
I don't know, but we do now finally have kind of settled in as our 8 people, we haven't had a lot of flipping.
Correct. It's more, it has been more of the people are going from a firefighter to a lieutenant's position. This year, we spent more money too. We also had, Ray Eaton's funeral, which, longtime member of the fire department, and we had Class A's that we had to get readjusted, fitted, and stuff like that for people to try to, so we'd be presentable at the funeral. So there was just a big increase with that. So I see what you're saying, but we are well over, I don't know what that figure is right now.
So it's either, so I guess I've either got a question of how did we go down, and then the budget increased, or if we went up, then where is that money?
You don't have that line item, Beth, do you?
Yeah, well, what's the question you're looking for? So it was approved at $4,500. In 2022, they went way over that because of, I think we needed to buy 4 Class A uniforms, like in a hurry. It was like in a 48-hour period. So then that's when we increased the budget to $4,500. And this year, he's already spent $4,900. I know he has at least a $600 invoice upstairs for tomorrow night. So it'll bring him up to at least $5,500. And I don't know if there's anything outstanding.
And I guess so, even if we treat that as 55, so we went down $1,300 year over year. So that's what I'm trying to understand is how do we go down? And I'm not saying it's not justified. I'm trying to understand what the justification is to then say we went down, but we need to more than double the budget.
Well, I guess it was, if you look at the 6887 in 2022, again, that was, if that was purchases for Class A uniforms, then that's what that was. I wasn't working here full-time in 2022. I was only per diem here. So I don't know. I can't tell you that. I could tell you that this year, we have gone over our $4,500 or $4,500 budget, and we have not even in our language, or not language, but in our SOPs and SOGs, we have where we're supposed to supply every member with a pair of boots. That didn't happen this year. Again, you're talking, $300-400 for a pair of boots. And I'm supposed to supply those to every person. So even conservatively, that's another $2,400 added that's not even in here, that I didn't even do that for the employees because we don't have the money. I'm already over that line by a lot. So, and I just clearly, I don't have it in the budget. So.
Okay, so I think the answer to my question is it was Class A's in 2022 and not buying everything needed in 2023.
Yeah, I mean, when Chief Olson and I sat down and we looked at the price of everything, of outfitting a person for a year, multiplied by 8, that's the figure we came up with.
Okay.
We're very close to that.
Okay.
Yeah, I just looked, it was $2,300 for the Class A's in '22.
Okay.
And did it say how many?
No,
No.
because it was all emergencies purchases.
What happened in 22?
2.
I don't know what happened.
What's that?
What happened in 22 that we needed Class A's?
Ray passed away last December. Ray's funeral
What's
was
that, Ray?
December. It's been a
Yeah.
year. It's been a year. It was last December, about New Year's Eve.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, time flies. Okay, any more questions on that? I mean, that I could try to answer for you? Radio equipment, 361. And our approved budget was 3,600, proposed 14,600, so 11,000 is the difference. Goes back to what I said earlier, and like I stated, I'm trying to buy things a little at a time. I'm trying to buy 2 radios a year. If the budget passes, I'll be able to do that. A portable radio is roughly around $5,500 for one radio. There is in the CIP for next year, $90,000 or $94,000 in the CIP. I could go out and buy all brand new radios with that. That's what it's for. I'm trying not to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to spend the $94,000. I'd rather just buy a couple radios a year and put that into my budget, so every year, if this passes, hopefully, that I just buy 2 radios a year and I don't have to have this huge amount of expenditure. So that's the increase of that.
And your CIP would go down, or that line would be eliminated entirely?
That line would be eliminated. I'm trying to keep, my hope is, really hope is to keep the CIP to strictly, because the price of vehicles have gone up so much, to keep that CIP strictly for vehicles. That's my hope, or my want anyways, and not pull it out for other equipment. Again, I could go out and buy $90,000 worth of portable radios. Do I need $90,000 worth of portable radios? Not in one year, I don't, but I need 2, you know? I mean, I think that that's fair, 2 every year, and eventually, you know what I'm saying? I mean, they'll be on like a replacement program instead of waiting and have to spend $90,000 out of that budget line. Questions about that?
So at what point would line item 362 go down or away? Would it?
Honestly, I don't think it would. I don't think it would. Because by the time the life cycle of the radio is done, you would be either trading it in, getting rid of it. Technology changes so quick. You know, I mean, it's almost like your computer. You know, trying to keep a computer for 15 years, how good is that going to be? It's not. It's the same way with everything that we run that's electronic or anything. I mean, in 3 years, it's being well overtaken and obsoleted, not supported by any kind of software upgrades or anything else like that. So if we just keep buying the 2 portables a year, we'll always be in that spot where we have decent equipment to work with.
So 362, you currently have 5,000 in that line item.
Yep.
This year you spent 1,500, the prior 2 years you spent nothing. So does that 5,000 go away? Or can it go away?
Or be reduced.
What line was that again? I'm sorry?
362?
362, the radio repair.
Yeah.
I mean, it may, but if we have one portable radio or one mobile radio that goes bad in something, you know, I mean, again, a portable radio is $5,500. If I'm buying 2 of those, that's $11,000 right there. So I'm hoping to keep that other money in there to either start upgrading some of our mobile radios. I just bought 2 mobile radios for the new ambulance and for the utility, and both of those radios are, I think, in the $7,000 range for a mobile radio. So if you have one mobile radio that goes bad or we have to repair it, I don't have any money to repair it if we take that away.
So it's not just the radios that are...
It's just not portable radios, it's
Thank you.
all our radio equipment that we have in the vehicles.
Right now, we're using ARPA money to build the radio infrastructure. Can we spend ARPA money on buying radios?
I didn't think we were using ARPA money for
Well, for the police, we are.
radio.
For police, not for fire.
Well, I mean, but I guess my question stands, can we?
Could you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, because it's money that, if we don't spend it by, because you brought it up a week or two ago, if we don't spend it by,
I believe we have to commit it by the end of '24.
Committed.
Yeah.
okay. So it's at least worth looking at.
Good point.
So you may be able to buy a whole bunch of radios.
That would be nice if it's, again, I'm just really trying to take it out of that CIP. I don't, just the cost of vehicles is so much, this just increased tremendously, that we're not bringing in enough revenue for in the ambulance to support both things, buying equipment and buying vehicles with that too. So if we could buy equipment over a longer period of time and keep us safe and keep our equipment relatively new, I'd rather do that.
Or even offset the first year or two, or.
Right, yep.
I mean, how many years out can you, if we commit money next year, how many years out can you commit that money?
It has to be committed by the
Right.
20,
Right, but can you
December 31st.
commit to spending like 2027 money? Or spending that money
1 year.
years later? Okay,
I think it's
so you've got until the end of calendar year
26, it has to
2025.
be gone.
You have to
Six.
spend it by 26. You have to
December
commit it
31st.
by 25.
It's all gonna be committed and reported to the federal government by December 31st of '24, but you have to December 31st of '26 to actually spend it.
Oh, okay.
It's
I
gotta be
thought it was
committed
1
to.
year.
Okay, so that's where I'm going at. I mean, if you want to spread it out and just pull from that pile of money until at least 2026.
We don't know how much that pile of money is.
Yeah.
Just a
I mean,
suggestion.
I would hate to be
Sure.
taken away from the, the PD or something if they're doing something with that, but, I mean, that certainly could be a discussion if this, if this budget doesn't pass or something and we go into default, just to get by for, the first couple of years, just to keep this, put something in motion
Okay.
to move forward. The last thing is line 365, fire equipment maintenance required testing. That's testing of ladders, that's testing of the fire pumps and stuff, our engines, hose testing. In the past, we have done some testing, but not like we're supposed to. The pump tests, we try to do those on an annual basis, which we've been pretty successful with. But ladder testing and the hose testing, we have not. That's been kind of sporadic. So a quote that I've got from a hose testing company was in the $4,800 range for hose testing. As of, naturally, everything is as of 30 days, and then that quote's no longer good anymore.
How often do you test these hoses? Is
Should
that
be once a
yearly?
year.
And it's
once-
4,800?
Yep.
What's a new hose cost?
A new length of 4-inch hose, it's a little over $1,000, I think.
So why would you spend 4,800 to test it every year if you can buy a new hose for 1,000?
Because the life of the hose is like 15 years. If not longer.
And also, there's like 1,700 feet of 4-inch hose on each truck.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably roughly, I think, 30,000 feet of hose we have.
So they're not $1,000 a hose.
The large diameter hose is that, yes.
So is it
Small diameter hose, that regular hand lines, they're 50-foot hand lines. I have not priced one of those out, to be honest with you.
No,
I don't
just
know if you guys know. No.
Just a thought, I was just
yeah.
curious.
And they do sell hose testers, okay? You could buy a hose testing machine. Basically, it's almost like a glorified power washer, pressure washer.
Yeah,
They're around $3,800, one-time purchase, you could buy that. But it's just we don't have the manpower to do that, because basically you're taking all this hose off a piece of apparatus and it's strewn all over the parking lot, and you have to test it, mark it, record it, and repack it. And we don't have the manpower to do that. I could tell you that a lot of the area departments use the same company that I got the quote from. And they do give discounts if they're in one area. And they come in, and in one day, they test 30,000 feet of hose in one day. And they repack it and put it on there. And they give you a thumb drive that has all the results on it.
So that 4,800 was to test all of our hoses?
As of now, yeah.
Sure,
I don't
yeah. I think,
know
yeah.
next year.
I had the same understanding that was per hose.
Because, no,
that's what
Yeah.
I had.
Yeah.
oh my God, no. You
Yeah,
thought it was
right.
per hose?
Yeah,
Oh my God, no. That was to test 30,000 feet of hose.
okay.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. No, I'd see your understanding by saying,
Yeah, that's
just
what I
buy a new
wondered.
hose.
Yeah, why you doing that?
$4,800 per hose.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I didn't
Not a
mean to,
problem.
if I didn't, that wasn't clear.
yeah,
That's for everything.
okay.
That's for everything. So, and then, again, in that price, there's the ladder testing. They come in, they test all the ladders. Our fire pumps, they come out and they take the trucks and they make sure the pumps are up to the capacity they're supposed to be and everything else like that. So all that is in that line item.
You said the 48 is all hose and ladder testing?
No,
No,
Okay.
no,
Okay.
nope,
Okay, so what you were talking about the line item covering?
correct.
that. Okay, got it. Okay, well, we made it.
we made it. I have one question though.
Absolutely.
All right, so right now, we're not bringing in enough money with the ambulance to set aside it, to get a new one down the road. You were referring to that you weren't getting enough?
What I'm saying is, with the CIP, is that we put in the CIP, we put in for, like, we bought the pagers out of that. We have next year's the portable radios for $90,000. I'd rather take that smaller equipment that if we just bought a little at a time to keep us going and to keep everything the way it should be, remove that. Because we're talking $1 million fire truck, ambulances are going up $150,000 to $200,000 an ambulance. We need all the money we can save in that CIP to put towards apparatus. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying we're not gonna have enough money, I'm sure we will. But if we take out $95,000 for portables here, we're taking X amount of dollars for hazmat meters here, if we're taking, money out for saws or something like that, we're not gonna have money for the things that we really need, that CIP was meant for the vehicles.
Yeah.
Just trying to incorporate as much as I can in the budget, a little at a time, really.
Two questions.
Absolutely.
This one is just, I don't know the answer at all, so your accounting starts at 298. Is that because that's just where you pick up in the numbering, there's not numbers before that for
No,
this
it's the
department?
whole- It's part of the whole town.
Right, okay,
You'll see
And
it
then-
on the next handout.
yeah, okay. And then what percentage of your calls, or what number, if you, fire versus rescue?
I don't have an exact figure. If I had to give you a rough figure, I'd probably say 75 to 80% of our calls are medical, and 25% would be on the fire side of things.
And that would
That's
include,
just an estimate. I mean, I could surely get you an exact figure.
No, if you
That'd
think
be
that's
easy
close. I mean, that's fine with me.
So when you're talking fire, you're talking like going out for a
Anything else,
vehicle
you're right, anything,
accident?
anything else, motor vehicle accidents,
Yeah.
spills, assist the public.
Hmm.
We were pumping basements this afternoon, so, you know, assist the public with anything, that would be the other amount.
Okay. I guess previously, we've done some of the other department budgets. We've had some questions from finance committee members. I also know that there are board of fire ward members here, so if anybody else has anything they want to say.
Yeah, is there any question?
All right.
I have a number of questions.
Okay.
Neil Kirk, member of the Finance Committee. I have some questions about this sheet and also some other questions, and these are for the board. On lines 311 and 312, under the default budget, it's not clear to me why those amounts are in there, since what I heard from the chief was that these positions are being eliminated. If I've misunderstood that, then of course they belong there. On line 315, overtime, this requires a significant amount of research by the board to understand what's happening. This year, it's $114,000 so far for '23, on a budget of $84,000. Not clear to me why the number goes up in the default budget, but in any event, it's still staying at $88,000. I would hope the board would investigate why this is happening and why the department is being run so that so much overtime is being spent. On line 319, wages, part-time, the budget was 17, he spent 9, the department spent 9, and wants 17 next year. I understood that these kinds of folks were being eliminated, so you might want to take a look at to find out exactly why that's happening. And on line 318, call force wages, we spent 16 out of a budget of 34, and he has 34 in his default, which I suppose is proper, unless these folks are being eliminated, in which case that number needs to be reduced. And he also wants the same thing in the proposed budget. There's something that needs to be looked at by the board there.
What line was that, Neil? 321?
18.
318.
Okay.
I think the board needs to get a list of all employees, their wages and their overtime. The chief is a full-time firefighter, and he's also a chief. To the extent that he is not fulfilling his full-time firefighter duties because he can't make a particular call or a particular shift because he has other duties as chief, you might want to find out whether overtime is being paid or whether less expensive part-time or call firefighters are being used. There's a real question about overtime for employees. Just some numbers of interest. The default budget is 2.2% higher than the 2023 budget. 24 default is 2.2% higher. But the proposed budget is 7% higher than the 2023 budget. Inflation is 3.2%. And on a separate note, it was mentioned by Mr. Campana about the fact that there was no contribution by the board toward the tax rate this past year because, as was pointed out,
you folks need to have a 5% reserve, and you only have 3.5%. With that in mind, to the extent there is a surplus this year, will the board be, and this is a question which I don't expect you to answer to me now, but I would expect you to take it into consideration as you go about your jobs. I guess you could spend it and spend the surplus and not add it to the 3.5% to get up to the 5%. You could use it to get up to the 5%, or you could return it to taxpayers to the extent that there's more than necessary to get up to 3.5%. I would hope that you would not use it for purchases which are traditionally governed by warrant articles, specifically the police chief, specifically a police cruiser. In the Finance Committee, the police chief told us that he was going to ask the selectmen, and I hope I've got this right, if not, I hope he'll correct me. He's going to ask the selectmen to spend $46,000 out of unexpended funds at the end of the year, coupled with some money which he was able to find in several accounts, and would therefore get a cruiser without going to the voters. A cruiser is a capital improvement budget or capital improvement program budget item, and we've always bought cruisers unless we got a 100% grant. We've always bought cruisers with a warrant article. It would be breaking tradition and faith with the voters, I think, to try to do it out of end-of-year funds. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil.
Can I try
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, if we could just go back. Those are all good questions. Thank you. Thank you. Hopefully we'll clear those up for you. As far as the stipends, I'm not sure why if that's in there. We're not paying stipends to anybody anymore. There's no one to pay a stipend to. Okay, so if that's in there, that's just a mistake, and it just needs to be removed from there. All right, so that's that. Just going by, what was the next question that you had?
318.
Serious questions on overtime and
He wants to know the significant increase in overtime.
Okay, so the significant increase in overtime, we had, this past year was a tremendous year for people being sent out for training. And we actually had, out of 8 people, 6 people were in school. This required overtime to fill their positions while they were in school. Now, they went to school and became a higher level provider, so, which interprets when we go on a medical call, we're actually going to be getting more revenue from a medical call if they're on that call. So that goes forever while they're being employed.
the question is why you have to use overtime for existing employees, why you couldn't use part-timers, call firefighters, or a whole slew of other alternatives rather than expensive overtime.
Okay, well, our call department is down to 3 or 4 people, and to work overtime, you need to be qualified to be in that position, and none of our call force was qualified to be in that position.
And there were no EMTs, part-time EMTs that you could have called, who might have been qualified?
To be qualified for the position to fill overtime, you have to be a minimum of an EMT and be a minimum of a firefighter level 1 with the state of New Hampshire. And they are not. So that's why we didn't use that. Now, to remark on one of the other things, you had said that you had asked, I think, about the per diem program. and you thought we got rid of that. Well, you just said that why didn't we use those people? Well, we did. And you asked about my position and that I was performing, basically, I'm doing 2 jobs at one time, and that you had concern, which was a good question, you had concern that I was filling that with a higher priced overtime, correct? That was your wondering about?
Yes.
I have per diem people working a lot less than me and a lot less than overtime. One's working tonight for me now, and I am using per diem people. And they're getting paid a lot less than what I would be paying an overtime person for. And they are medically and firefighter qualified.
And so why aren't you using those to reduce your overtime line, not just for you, but for all of the other people who are at school or in Kuwait or wherever?
I think that's a discussion. I think that's a further discussion, like when we sit together, all together.
Yeah.
We've been through default.
Board of
We
Fire
already have
Wards.
been through default as to how we calculated default. And to have the chief sit here and try to answer that, I think we need it as a discussion with the board, needs to do that.
Thank you, Naomi, I agree.
All right, and then let's,
Well, I don't know what was the
Great
next.
questions, but.
Yeah, oh yeah, they
Yeah.
absolutely are great
But
questions.
this is the first go-around.
Yep.
We still got the library and it's 9:30.
Yep.
I mean, we haven't even done the rest of it.
yep, I think that covers.
Was there anything else, Mr. Kirk, that you had?
I think the other questions were for us, and we will keep them in mind.
Okay. And by all means, if anyone ever has anything that they want to talk about, discuss, door's always open down there. Come down and see me, and we'll have a cup of coffee and talk about it.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Thank you very
No?
much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
What? No coffee. Employees.
Deal breaker. Deal breaker. Thank you, guys.
Have a good night.
You too.
So Salem, Clay's been sitting here, so we're gonna just jump to
Okay.
his,
Yeah.
and then we'll talk about the rest of them.
All right.
while we're here.
All right.
I think once Fire leaves, she'll be all set.
Thank you.
I got more if you need them.
We could probably use the copier.
I got plenty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you need to go back to slide number 1.
I don't have them in order, Clay.
It's why I numbered the pictures. So 1, you show 1 first, it tells a story, a narration. It's a story of,
That's all I got.
no, I mean, like, I don't wanna, I don't wanna,
Okay, okay.
oh yeah, by the way, my name is Clay Creasy, I'm the director of the Ware Public Library. I don't wanna present like a negative, dour view of the library, because no, I mean, lots of positive things are we have way more positive things that are happening in the library than negative.
Number
I mean,
1.
There's number 1, yes, I mean, because our stats, we're seeing, well, I mean, circulation's probably gonna be a little ahead of where it was last year, but we're having a lot more visits, and especially with our programs as well, so that's very positive. I'm very pleased with my staff. They do a great job promoting our events and promoting our collection. And as I'm sure you all want an update as far as the expansion, it has been a difficult 5 months for us. This next step we thought was going to go smoothly was to find a fundraising consultant. It's very important that we get a fundraising consultant because we want the expansion project to be funded, privately funded. We don't want to have to go to the taxpayers to ask them for funds for the expansion. And in order to do that, we need all the help we can get, and that help. And so we interviewed. I spoke to dozens, many fundraising consultants. And we narrowed it down to 4. We interviewed, the trustees and I, we interviewed the 4. We went back and forth, lots of discussion. We finally found one, Richard Peck of Peck Consulting. And so we're happy with that. It's just delayed us like 5 months in and where we were hoping to be. So, but we know, it's a marathon, not a sprint, as they say. It's going to take us a while to get to hopefully until we can break ground with the shovel, right, and on the new library. So that's where we are right now. Okay, so you come to the Ware Public Library, right, and you're greeted with the sign, and you're like, oh, it's 1829. I believe it, because look at this. The paint looks like it was painted in 1829. So you like, that's looks like they haven't been keeping up with their library. Maybe they don't care about it. Of course, we care about it. Okay, go next slide.
Well, it's gonna take me a minute.
Oh no, you were okay.
Next.
Different than I would have done it, but that's okay.
Next.
All right.
Save
And
the
like,
plate.
and then you're like, so look at the book return. You see that it's rusty. Only one of the locks works, not the other one. Not to give any idea. It's still hard to break in. Don't try. But a lot of times when they put the books in the top, they get stuck up here or off. Sometimes it falls down to the bottom. But anyway, I won't get into that. It's late, but yeah, we could use a new book drop. The door, you look at the door in the front, and it looks all scratched up and stuff. And like, well, what goes on? There must be a madhouse in there. Let's go inside and see what it looks like.
I'm a little slow.
Okay. And then, so you walk in and you're like, oh, this looks really dirty, What, do they not clean this library? Yeah, we clean it. This isn't dirt. This is like the scuff marks from, again, we could use a paint job right here. Okay, next. This is embarrassing, I know, but it has to be said. Here's more scuff marks and tears in the wall and stuff. This is in the Sawyer room. Moving on. It's late. Okay. All right, so you walk into the library, you're going towards a page room, and suddenly you see this bookshelf right here, and oh no, this is like one of those video games, like the Mario Brothers thing where it's just you think it's gonna fall on you, you gotta be fast to grab your book before it collapses on you, It looks like it's not safe. Actually, it is safe. I've tested it multiple times. It hasn't fallen on me. So, I mean, it's just, it doesn't look safe, And then these shelves right here, they've fallen down before. So it's not like the whole bookcase will fall, but the shelves will fall. Move on, let's go.
Oh, I can't. I'm laughing right now. I'm sorry.
All right, okay.
What was that?
Yeah, we're all punch drunk here. Oh yeah, I skipped 7. There's
went
no
out of
6.
order.
7. I know, I messed up. I missed 6. Go to 7.
Yeah, I guess you did.
All right. Okay. Now this is just another view of the old book units right here. These aren't even ADA compliant. There's just not enough room between them. We could use some. So bottom line, we could use some more bookcases. Okay, number 8.
I gotta go to the other one.
All right. Okay, and then let's say you want to sit down and talk with your friends or do a study session or something like that, and you're like, I don't know, I hope I don't get a splinter by working at this table right here. You can see there's lots of watermarks. And I actually looked into getting this thing refinished. No, it's just too much trouble. So we need a new table. Okay, and then, all right, so, we want to, we talk about very important matters during our conferences with the trustees and with the Friends of the Library. And our craft group meets here every week. They use these tables right here. We want to be very formal because we're a serious library. But our conference table, half of it's made up of card tables. We have to use card tables. Okay. Where's 10?
I don't know. Where's the...
Okay, 10, here's 10. All right, yeah, so we have weekly gaming, after-school gaming sessions. So here's the boys playing video games, but then when we look closer at the chairs that they're all sitting in, oh man, this is just really embarrassing. The upholstery's coming up. And then let's go to 12. And not only that, you can see like some of them are kind of bending and giving way. We started this year with 26 of these chairs for the Sawyer room, which is not enough because we have some programs that have more than 26 people attend. Like the Lily Tang Williams talk, we had like 50 people. We had Cub Scouts a few weeks ago. It was about 50 people as well. So Well, so we started the year with 26 of these chairs, and 6 of them have since collapsed. Sometimes, like 3 times, under the weight of patrons, which again is kind of embarrassing. I mean, you know, I guess it could be good for a slapstick movie, but no, we don't want that to happen. We don't want our patrons falling on their butt. Okay, so that's it for the depressing slideshow. All right, so that's why, long story short, okay, that's why every year it's been really hard for me to find the funds to pay for things like this. And the reason why is because I didn't include it in the budget. I was always hoping that maybe at the end of the year we'll have some money left over, and sometimes we do because maybe we have an employee who leaves us or something. That we have some money left over that maybe we can transfer from our wages to operations, and then we can pay for one of these projects. But I don't want to have to hope that that's going to happen at the end of the year. That's why I'm increasing our furnishing. I'm having a new line item. It's called furnishing and shelving. It's $4,700. Now that's not going to pay for all these projects, but it's going to pay for one of these projects. That way I can keep in the budget year after year. Hopefully it'll be in our default budget year after year. And then that way, every year we can work, prioritize and see what needs to be done the most and take care of it. Whether it's the chairs, whether it's the shelves, like the painting that, that could be that's more of like a maintenance item than a furnishing and shelving item. But still, maybe we need paint, maybe we need to clean the floors. Other stuff like that. So that's why I had the furnishing and shelving line. It's $4,700. Again, that won't pay for everything. They'll pay for maybe one project at a time. So, all right, but let's go. We can go through the other items that we've seen increases. The downloadable audio and ebooks, $500. That's the state consortium. They just increased the price because publishers, they're like, hey, we don't want you reading. We want to make money off these ebooks, off this intellectual property. So they charge the state more, and then the state passes that on to ourselves. But our Libby app has been very popular. About a third of our books that are read or our audiobooks that are listened to are, actually the majority of our audiobooks are done through the Libby app these days. So patrons really like it a lot. Electricity, I under budgeted last year for electricity. I thought it was going to go up. I didn't know it was going to go up as much as it did. And I don't know why it went up that much. But it did. So that's why I have to increase it because I had to pay over on what we paid for electricity, what I was hoping to pay for electricity for our 2023 budget. Fuel, that'll probably go up a little bit. So that's like $100. Telephone, fax, and internet. Well, your utilities have gone up as well too. So that's why there's that increase. And am I going too fast for you? I'm sure you're probably, thank you, Clay. Thanks for going fast because I'm getting tired. Okay. So here's the tricky thing is what I did was I used to taking care of landscaping and snow removal. That was coming out of our building maintenance fund, but because it's the majority of our building maintenance, I've split it up, and so I made an extra item here. So landscaping and snow is now a new line item of $5,050, and the building, and so that way it leaves. So it looks like there's a reduction in building maintenance. That's because the majority of it went into landscaping and snow removal. And again, I under budgeted on this because, like the mowing, the weeding, the pruning, the beds, the mulching, all that stuff to make our outside look presentable, that's gone up quite a bit as well. So that's why I had to increase that item. So, and then staff development, because of COVID, we weren't doing that as much, but our children's librarian, Karen, she likes to go to conferences, so there's some money for that. All right, any questions?
Just a comment. I saw a note, I believe, yesterday or the day before, that Eversource is reducing their supply rates come February. Yeah, so.
Okay, good,
maybe it won't go up.
Maybe they won't.
Yeah.
And then
Maybe you'll have some extra.
Yeah, there you go. I like that attitude. Yes, so. Right,
Does-
so
does
hopefully we
the-
can count on that, but, yeah.
Sorry, does the building maintenance line take into account that we've hired a handyman? Is this supplies and labor?
Would the town handyman help us out?
Like paint some walls?
It's town building, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you should be able to paint the walls and stuff,
He's got,
paint the
I
front
mean,
door.
he could be here full-time,
Okay,
but, I mean,
Or can he be paid, like, at his current rate out of library money? Or I guess they get to hire him on the side, or,
well, I don't know, no, it's any, when you say salary, it's not any different than, Jason working on the police cars, they don't charge labor to the
Yeah.
police department.
Yeah.
The supplies would come out of theirs,
Mhm.
Yeah,
like painting and things like that, would come out of theirs, but as far as maintenance,
Wages, we take care of it all.
wages, you would take care of it all, just like you do with DPW.
Yeah, okay.
Because he helps out with fire police and we don't charge them for, you know, an oil change or anything like that.
Okay.
yeah, so, no, that would be great, but again, I didn't really put that in the budget, because I didn't know if I could rely on that. A lot of maintenance is also like the ballasts, whatever those things are.
Ballasts.
Ballast, they go out and then we replace them from using fluorescent to LEDs. That costs us money. Just this, little repairs and stuff. We have the town plier comes and helps us out with those. So that's where a lot of the maintenance is going. The generator, garbage removal, if something goes on along with our water, just little things like that is kind of like what the maintenance fund money goes towards. So I fix stuff too. But no, that'd be awesome if the handyman can help us. So, let's have projects.
Seems reasonable to me.
yeah, sounds reasonable.
Do you have anything, Janice?
I'm assuming that the library trustees have already seen this, and
Yes,
that's
yeah.
why you're here?
Yeah,
Okay.
they've approved.
Okay, good, thank you.
Yes, I approve of this budget. Janice, are you still on the finance committee?
No, I'm not.
Okay, I think these two gentlemen, all right?
Yes.
I won't be able to go to the meeting on Wednesday, so
I just had a question
yeah,
relating to the
sure.
landscaping and things.
Mhm.
Isn't the library property included in the contract for like mowing and?
No,
No.
It's not?
No.
That's weird.
Hoping the
That
next
should be
one will,
included.
but
the next one will
the
include
next
it.
one will.
Yeah, because it's town property.
Oh, yeah,
you know,
right.
A separate entity.
Mhm.
I'm not talking about snow removal, but
No.
if we ever have a snow removal person,
No, they just took care of it for years. We didn't even know, and it just went under the radar, and then
I guess,
they
just,
came and it's like, hey, why aren't you guys paying for it?
just for the benefit of the recording, the question was, hey, is the library property in the contract for like landscaping and whatnot? And no, but the intent is to do that soon, next go around.
I think just commented, it's financial, so I think I'm legal to ask this, but, last couple of librarians might go before you.
Yeah, do you mind stepping up?
Yeah, let's
Sorry.
make this official.
I'll make it quick. I have a 7:30 meeting in the morning. I think the library has kind of gotten in a habit of trying to finance things themselves when we do our building maintenance fund. And, if you're talking about interior painting, it's a matter of getting the bids and coming and asking for money out of the building maintenance fund. I mean, Chris Haig, when she was the librarian, was pretty good at that, and it kind of got away from it in recent years. But just, following the process and tapping into the funds that are meant for that, for the library, the same as for this building or for the town hall or whatever, I just would encourage, that's the route to take, to get like those interior walls painted or something. So maybe I'm a little out of step here with what I'm supposed to be saying.
I think it's good to share the information.
I just think that, as I made a note to myself, it's almost like some of the department heads, that they gotta make sure everybody understands the process, so they follow through with it, and if the money's there, they know they have access to it. If it's not there, well, it's not there. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, I was just going to address that issue very quickly. I absolutely agree, Tom. It's just that in the past, it seems like when I needed something, for example, like blinds or AC units or,
Windows.
yeah, the windows, that was another one. I have to come and ask the selectmen for it. And, you know, often they will approve it, but sometimes it can take months. I remember, especially with the landscaping, I came back like, it was like multiple meetings I had to come to ask for the money for that. So it's just like not a guarantee, and it's just like, I would rather have the money in my budget so I know I can take care of these things, rather than come to the selectmen and say, oh, you know, hey, I got a special project for you guys. I know you weren't anticipating this, but here I am with something that needs to be taken care of, especially if it's like an emergency situation. And also, these projects too, it's unfortunate, I mean, fortunately not, but they all fall under the $15,000. Because of that, I'm not able to do a CIP on them, you know. So that's why these are like kind of in that limbo, to where I have trouble funding them myself, but because there's not, you know, not enough money in my operations budget, but they're low enough to where I can't ask the CIP to take care of them, so.
Great.
Could someone explain the asterisk and the warrant article, or we're not doing warrant articles and asterisks?
Well, last year, there was a warrant article for raises for the town and the staff. So the reason why the proposed budget is higher is because it includes the raises that all the staff got.
So what's warrant article number? Oh, I see, that's what it was.
That was last year's warrant article for the raises. That's
Got it.
why the increase.
Thank you.
Yep.
And just a comment, it's possible to avoid having public service sell you electricity. The only thing that you have to have them do is to deliver the electricity. If you go on the Public Utilities Service Commission's website, you'll find a whole list of providers who will sell you electricity at a lower cost, and I certainly hope the town is doing that. Public service is at 22 cents, or will be for another couple of months. There was plenty of notice to everybody that this was coming along, and all you had to do was to sign up for one of these programs. I locked in at 8.9 cents, and the library can do the same, the town can do the same. So I would hope that somebody's looking out that way, so that even if it's a 10-cent rate from public service, it may be a 6-cent or an 8-cent rate from some of these other providers, and the town taxpayers can save money.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, what's that website?
Public Utilities Commission.
.com or .gov or something? Okay, I'll just Google
The
it.
Public Utilities Commission.
Okay.
Yeah. New Hampshire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want.
I mean, I think we have a pretty decent rate. It's just, you know, everything, you know, the cost of energy's gone up, you know, so but comparatively, okay.
Thank you, Clay.
We're good, all right, thank you. Are we finished?
That's it.
Yes, sir. Have a good night. Thank you for waiting.
Yeah. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Merry
You too.
Christmas.
Thank you.
Well, you're not finished. I was happy for everybody, but. All right, well. Good night.
Good night.
Right.
Really fast. Good.
Really, really fast.
Thank you.
14 pages and you're gonna be really
Yeah,
fast.
most of it you've already seen already. So what you have is the entire budget in your hands. So it's all the
Okay.
departments that you've already heard previously.
644.
Okay, so we're gonna start with line 1. There are no changes in the town officer salaries. If you want to change, it has to be a warrant article. In the town officer's budget, let's see, I am proposing a computer equipment line, because we don't have any computer equipment line in this entire building. So, for monitors, cables, you name it,
Battery backups.
we have to buy it. Battery backups, we buy a lot of those. So I'm proposing just $2,000. It's not enough to cover like one workstation. Next increase is office supplies. That is crazy expensive. Paper used to be like $39 a case, it went to $59. Everything is just very expensive when it comes to office supplies. Let's see. Elections. There are 4 elections in 2024. So the prices have increased for food. The computer support, that's just an agreement, it's not a contract. And then postage, all due because it's 4 elections in '24. Tax collector, a lot of the payroll items in tax collecting is because of the restructuring of the town office building here. So some increases in this department, there'll be decreases in the selectmen's budget. So after payroll, telephone went down $324, so that's good news. Meetings and seminars, we're increasing that to $260 so that she can attend NHTCA and the annual conference. Mileage increased for the same purpose. Tax billing supplies, the cost of printing and envelopes increased. The tax collect software that she uses, the agreement increased by 4%. And office equipment, we reduced that line to $1 because she really doesn't need a lot of office equipment. We purchased a printer a few years back. Now we just want to start refunding that account. Because it's not something we need to buy every year, but like every 4 or 5 years. The assessing department, there's a decrease in the telephone, increase in seminars training so that she can attend the annual conference. Mileage increased for the same reason, she'd like to attend the annual conference. And the software support for the assessing went up 4% as well. Legal expenses, I kept them as they were, but I did reduce the planning boards. We've never really spent close to that out of the planning board legal line. Now again, I'm going really fast through this. You guys have, what, 9 days to take it home, review it, and get your red pens out? But if you have any questions, you can interrupt. Finance administrators, again, the increase is office supplies for checks, envelopes. I have my W-2s, 1099s, all the ACA compliance reports I do. So luckily the telephone offsetting it helped. And then the software support that I use, their agreement went up $266 a year. So slight increase, $226. Town clerk, her telephone went down. As you can tell, all the telephones in the office went down because we got a new system last year. So we're all kind of in one group now, cost savings. So the telephone went down, seminars went up the same amount, training still the deputy, and then increase in her software support by 3%, so $163 increase. Any questions?
Nope.
Okay. Selectmen's office, again, this was the restructuring of the town office. So some things went up, some things went down. And that goes all the way through the payroll. You guys have seen those numbers before.
Do they zero out otherwise, or they just moved around?
Yes, and then there was also some in highway as well. We gave them a small hourly increase. That also.
Sure, okay.
plays in. So it's not just tax collecting, it's selectmen's, it's highway. Transcriber was included also. Let's see. We did go out for auditing. So we have a new contract for '24, but it has not been through the legislative body yet. So the contract increase is in the proposed. Telephone, again, it reduced. Website hosting, that's the actual cost for 2024. I've already received the bill. Again, restructuring the town office. And then meetings and seminars, that increased $800 based on what's been spent and what is being proposed for next year's. Cable committee, the only thing we did was reduce the cable equipment line because they do have a capital reserve fund. And they do have $300 for supplies if they need it. $200 won't really buy them a lot of equipment. No change to the trustees of the trust fund. Land use, we did reduce the advertising notices by $1,800 because we no longer have to post every planning and zoning board meeting in the Concord Monitor, which was very expensive. The dues for Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission were reduced. And we are increasing land use for email accounts. You'll see that in a couple other boards. Because we're going to request 13 new accounts for planning and zoning members. Email accounts are $6, I believe, per month per member. Government buildings. We would like to propose the maintenance to be at least 25 hours per week. Talking to the other department heads, it's amazing how much need is in this town. So most of that is wage increased. Electricity and heat throughout this department, whether it's this building, the stone building, the 3 fire stations, the safety complex, it's all based on usage. So we really don't need to go through every single one of those. Janitorial supplies was a small increase of $100. It's just the cost of supplies. So I'm on line 197 now. Fire extinguishers, increase of $52. Just the cost of having all the fire extinguishers tested annually. And then for the rest of that department, it's electric and heat based on usage. It's up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. So let's move on to cemeteries. There is no change. Insurances, our liability and property insurance went up $82,000. Our workers' comp went up $29,000. And our unemployment compensation went up $3,000.
Is that increase due to injuries or?
Nope, what's happened in the years past is when our insurance companies had like a good year, they give back to their members. So we were able to reduce previous year's budgeted amounts because we were getting that they call it holiday pay.
Yep.
No holiday pay this year. Advertising, we increased a little bit in this department for bids and public hearings. And the dues for New Hampshire Municipal Association increased less than 1%, so that was good. Ooh, police department. Let's cruise right through that one, you've already seen that. We've already seen emergency management tonight, you've seen fire department tonight. Now we're on to code enforcement, building department. The only a decrease in postage based on usage, decrease in fuel based on the Board of Selectmen's decision of the cost per gallon, and a slight increase on books updates. That is for the codes. We're getting them digitally now, so he can be on his iPad and look up codes. Forest fires, there's no change. Highway department, you heard from Director Fisk. Street lighting, I don't know if
Jason did that one.
he did go over that one? Okay.
He did transfer.
Transfer station, he did sewer, water, animal control was police department, health department, okay, a new line for telephone, because the health officer has her own telephone. And $70 increase in meetings and seminars for 2 semi-annual health officer seminars, for $70 a piece. Welfare, telephone went down. Office supplies went up for printing forms and envelopes. Postage went up for certified mailings because she does really good snail mail and then she sends a certified mail afterwards. And then she's proposing a $5,000 increase to town assistants. Because there's new rules that the town is responsible for 30 days of a hotel and motel, even if it is out of town. Parks and Rec, their telephone increased because they have a new line down at Chase Park and they also have internet down at Chase Park. They're increasing their park repairs by $2,000 for fencing, steps at the lake, steps at the gatehouse, and Bolton Park equipment. They did reduce the recreation activity line by $3,000 because they wanted really to put it to park repairs and to offset their telephone. So their total budget only increased by $153. You heard from library. There's no change in patriotic purposes. Conservation, the dues just increased it by $25 because that's the actual cost. And they believe they also have email accounts, so 5 new email accounts run them $504 annually. No change to economic development. Not proposing any change to ambulance billing. And then our debt service is the same as it is in the default. So townwide, our proposed budget is $349,698 higher than default, which is 4.24% higher. And I know that's a lot of information.
Yep.
And I know you guys are gonna have questions. Neil's already got one.
An easy one. On the last page, ambulance billing services fees, line 634. Why is that an expense to the town when all the revenue goes into the special fund? Why isn't the special fund picking up that cost of the billing service?
Beth can answer.
Yeah, so we have to budget, just in case there is no revenue, because it's coming out of a separate fund. You have to at least budget in case that fund is dried up. But you'll also notice on the revenue side, the $9,000 is on the revenue side as well. So it nets right out.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I wrote down a few notes as we went. I'm just gonna see what jumps out here. 190. Can you just detail that a little bit? The building maintenance.
The increase.
Yeah, it's low going up there.
So-
200s.
So I didn't get it ready for tonight, but Tim has got a report together as to what we started with and what we've done, which is kind of incredible about what, I just asked you to go look in the bathrooms and some other things just some things that we've done in the last 3 weeks that he's been here. It's just been crazy.
Okay.
There's a lot more to do. What he did the first time around is he made a huge long list, and he's slowly getting to it. He started with the emergency lighting because the lights were out, the batteries were dead, and just we were trying to prioritize as to what needs to be done. But he's taken pictures, I put it together, but you'll have a full project of what he needs to do still, and that's only for, he's been to the stone building, the town hall, and the town offices.
Okay.
So, obviously, the fire chief is interested in having him do some work, and I think he could do some work with Clay as well.
Yep.
So there's a list coming, probably to exceed the $10,000 worth of stuff, but,
Okay.
Right now, if you go in nickel dime, the building maintenance fund, we were kind of leaving, because we're below the 60 that we always thought we would keep earmarked in case something went down. So, we put it in there, but again, I think we have to have a whole discussion now that you've seen everything.
Okay.
And we've always spent way over $5,000 in building maintenance.
Yeah.
Every department head, I think, spoke about at the podium with building maintenance.
You did hear that a lot.
Repair.
You talked, so 574. You mentioned the welfare town assistance, but can you explain what that is?
Okay, in years past, if you had someone that came to the town for welfare assistance, because we don't have any hotels or motels in town, you would, get them housing in the city, if you will. And then it would be the responsibility of that city for that individual. But the law passed that now that if the person started in Ware and we sent them to Concord for the night, they're still our responsibility for 30 days.
Okay.
Because we don't have any Section 8 housing or any
Yeah.
other
Sure.
housing or
The cities were-
what do you wanna call it? Yeah, safe housing, I guess.
Yep.
You know, shelters. We don't have
We're
any.
only responsible for 30 days,
That's a law changed, the state law changed.
because not for us, but I know another town, they had somebody up for, I think, like 2.5 months they paid.
In their own town? Oh, something totally different.
Not in their own town, but people from that town were housed
They
in
may have-
Manchester.
I can't.
just curious.
I can't speak what the-
Yeah, each situation is
Each
totally
county
different.
situation it's totally different,
Right.
because it's situational based on the need, based on what's going on, based on do they qualify. There's a lot of things that comes into play when you fill out that application and you start going down through it.
How much do you expect the new rule will impact the budget overall?
Oh, I'm just gonna say, we've been extremely fortunate, because if you look at what's been passed around the listserv for other towns, there's a couple of towns that spent over $250,000 in welfare, but they're our responsibility. So we do our best to screen, we do our best to help, we do our best to do things so that.
Other services.
You know, other services, there's fuel, there's electrical, upstairs we have that information. We let them do the food pantry so that they could maybe pay some other bills. You know, there's things that Marianne does a great job with working with them, but any one time, we could take a huge dive, because even if you put $15,000 in there, you could pay $100,000 because it's your responsibility. You can't just say, sorry, we only have $15,000, we can't do it anymore. Like I said, we've been extremely fortunate so that we haven't, you know, we've helped people out, and it's been okay, but I know one community has at this point paid $250,000 for welfare. This is something that's our responsibility to take care of our own.
So do we have any kind of estimate on what a hotel costs in Concord and what 30 days of that is?
No, because we don't know how many that might have to stay in
Right, but I mean, if we
don't
just
know.
knew,
I mean, we
if it
try
was
to
at least
find-
one person,
we try
it's
to
this
find
much.
the Eco Lodge or whatever.
Right.
You know, I think, what was it? And then
Was it the
the other
Best
thing
Western
too
or
is,
something?
what we've done in the past too is reached out to, like, the Salvation Army and churches, so that they can also pay a few nights so that we're not on the whole hook. We got ourselves through that, I think it was, I wanna think it was $70 or $80 a night.
So we've never had Section 8 housing and that kind of
Never.
stuff here.
No.
So have we been paying this even without,
No, we
Without
paid,
the,
years ago, we paid
without the
for-
rule
And
change?
this past year, we paid for, one person to stay several nights in a hotel in Concord.
okay.
This is like the first we've ever, I mean, we did it a few years ago too for another person.
Okay.
It's-
I'm just
it's
trying to
far
figure out,
between, yeah.
is the 5,000 enough? Is the 5,000 too much? Because we've only been spending $6,800 so far this
That's
year
probably
against a
been good
budget of
and lucky,
15,000.
It's honestly, Janice, I don't, if I had a crystal ball, I might be able to help you, but I don't know with, you know, you never know how the economy's gonna be, you don't know if people are gonna keep jobs, lose jobs, there's certain
Right.
things we pay for, but not credit cards, car payments and things like that, it's the necessities, it's roof over your head, it's electricity, it's heat. I can only hope we continue to do as good as we've been doing.
Yeah.
Cause, you know, $80 a night times 30 days, that's $2,400.
Right.
So you could do that for 2 people, and there you are. Actually, our welfare budget used to be about $25,000 for that line, and we
Really?
reduced it over the years.
Wow.
The only other question I had was 622, probably an easy one. To whom are those dues going?
What department?
Conservation dues?
They do a New Hampshire Timber Association,
Yeah.
or conservation, I can't remember,
That was the Conservation Association.
there's an association that's statewide.
Okay.
I can't.
Can you read me the account number?
Account number 0
466 something.
461110, then 560.
Not thinking of the acronym right now. Maybe because it's late.
He doesn't like that account number.
Do you have the number? Oh, you know what, they didn't pay it this year, that's why. The only thing they paid is the $40, they haven't paid the timber or the forest association, this, do you wanna know to whom and to what benefit, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, really.
The dues.
That's it. That's
New
fine.
England Association of Conservation.
What was it?
New Hampshire Association of Conservation.
It hasn't been paid?
Well, it looks like you only spent $40.
No, it's, that would be,
That doesn't seem right.
that one was for Meadowson's Timberlands.
What's that?
That was for Timberlands.
We can check, cause I know they talked about it, it just
Yeah.
doesn't look like it's been paid for this year.
Yeah, it's one of those associations that you get the bill the last day of the month, or year.
The year, yeah,
Get a couple of those.
running out of runway.
So I have a quick question. You just mentioned about giving people food. Do we have any idea do we pay for any of this food that we get for the food pantry? Is that all donated?
If it's not donated, there's donations made to the account that we can buy food from, it doesn't come from the town.
Okay, I'm just
Yeah,
curious.
there's people that do monthly deposits or monthly donations to the community food pantry, which is a nonprofit that goes into that account, which if we're short on something for the holiday baskets, that she can go and get it, but it's nothing to do with your budget.
Yeah, totally separate.
Totally.
Separate entities.
11A, the new computer equipment,
Yes,
the $2,000.
yes.
There's no revolving fund or other fund that can come from?
No capital reserve, nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing for computer equipment. So, you'll notice like office supplies is always way overspent in that budget, cause that's where I take everything computer related out of.
And 24, election wages?
Mhm.
That doesn't get covered under like the town clerk regular wages? Why is there a separate line for that?
No, those are mostly for the supervisors of the checklist. They're their own board, if you will. And then we do have some election workers that get paid hourly. to be there.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Thought
And
that
that
was all
fluctuates.
volunteers.
No, there's some that get paid, that fluctuates depending on the amount of elections you have every year, it's not always the same.
Tell her to pick the volunteers.
I think we have the worst case.
Okay. 190, the building maintenance, the $10,000, is that both his labor and, or that's just supplies? Okay,
His labor is up in 183.
labor's 183. Got it. Okay, at the risk of sounding unpatriotic, which I am not, 614. What do we do with that money? We haven't spent it in years.
Is that the patriotic purposes?
Yeah.
Is that the flags for the
Yeah,
cemeteries?
so right now, the
Veterans
Legion
Day.
has been doing it for us, but,
Yeah,
I mean, just like the ambulance billing, if the Legion can't do it, we owe that to putting the flags and the
Right.
names on the graves.
yeah.
Okay.
You're right.
You two all set?
You guys?
You guys still awake?
I was gonna say, you leaving a week?
Did you have any more, Janice? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, we talked, so I guess what I thought was, is tonight, you've heard now from everybody. I think our next plan or homework is to just kind of take the pins over it, and then Wednesday, something glaring sticks out to you, or something, or maybe the percentage, you wanna make a suggestion, but I think we need to have that discussion as a group as to what we wanna do
Absolutely.
and go forward, but this was a run-through, so now that you have it in your possession, you can look at it. It's entirety though.
Have there been any changes to the SIP numbers? I don't anticipate that there were, but I'm just asking.
Any changes in what numbers?
The SIP numbers?
No.
CIP, okay.
No, except for the grant.
Yeah, I was thinking the
Well,
same
really, I'm
thing.
like quickly trying to think of what CIP, SIP could stand for, and I'm like, SIP, SIP, SIP.
That's what I was
And
thinking
then I'm like, oh,
too.
CIP.
No, but we do have to, as raised
Grant.
earlier tonight, we do have to talk about.
No, but I just
we
didn't
were
know if there was any,
Yeah,
any-
we were
any
anticipating.
that side changes.
You know,
Yeah.
the grants, and
Right.
that didn't happen, so we have to have that larger discussion.
Right.
So we'd like to invite all department heads to the 27th.
Yeah, I've done that.
Warrant articles, operating budget.
Perfect.
Are we on for tomorrow night with this?
Yeah.
Basically the same as tonight?
It's just proposed, yes.
I've got, Beth, I've got a separate question for you when we're, so I guess jumping ahead a little bit on the correspondence, other business while you're still here. It came up in our park meeting that the park revolving fund was set up to be expended by the selectmen.
Correct.
And park had accounted for the gate money to come out of that fund, so we need to do
Gate
that.
money?
The park had been, a couple of months ago,
Yes, MH fence.
right,
Yes, you did a couple
yeah.
fence repairs.
So,
Bolton Park.
I guess, I'm not asking for someone right this second, but can you, I guess before our Wednesday meeting, get us something that we can approve this calendar year?
Yeah.
Okay. Just so that's done
Thank you.
properly.
I
Okay.
had it on my note. from my
Okay.
phone.
Oh, okay.
Nope. But I'll cross it off mine, because he just asked publicly.
Okay. I mean, I have more minutes to go through, but that's not very exciting. It's 10:15.
10.
So we could see where we fall.
Yeah, but if we don't
after
do
the-
them today,
No,
when are we
I'm
going
not
to do
saying,
them?
I'm thinking if we just go straight to the administrator's report, get through
Okay.
that,
And then come back to minutes?
see where we lay, yeah,
Should be easy to finish them.
I think so.
Okay.
There you go, there's 3 of those. Take one, pass it down.
Thank you, Beth.
Thank you, Beth, so much. So it's a 4-page report, but I'll go down through it. A lot of them I just leave on here as placeholders, just because, you know, we've got things in the pipeline still working on. So River Road Bridge, I expect to have progress report with Jason. He was going to try to come tonight, but he's been out all day. He'll be gonna be out tomorrow as well, so he's gonna come and provide an update on the 27th with us. He's had a couple of conversations with, the engineer that we talked about before. The answer that I got back was we might be able to move ahead, but it depends on how quickly I can move through the process. So we'll see if we get some engineering, we can continue to move through the process quicker, but if I don't get any
Yep.
response, then it holds me up, if you understand what I mean. So I put out requests to do the engineering studies. I emailed 24 firms, we put it in the Union Leader, it's gone to Construction Summary, it's on our website. So I'm hoping that we can get some that we won't have to say, oh, we have to put it back out again. That's the only thing they really wouldn't give to, is how quickly I can keep, you gotta have at least 3 qualified ones that have applied, so.
Okay.
If we can keep that moving forward. Police Department,
Did he get any update from the analysis?
He does have it, but I don't, I mean, we
But do
talked
you think he
briefly
has an
today.
answer?
He saw
Okay.
it briefly, but it was.
Yeah,
very briefly.
yeah.
And
He
that's
was
why-
busy.
He was gonna come tonight, but it was gonna be late, I'm sure. On CBA, just remember we have negotiations, there's also a meeting tomorrow, non-meeting with
Mhm.
Mr. Brock. You guys all got your emails?
6 o'clock, right?
6 o'clock, you got your email from Beth on Friday?
Yes, yep.
Yes, okay, thank you. And then we have, the negotiating team is gonna be on the 20th at 6, so we can hope to finalize after we have tomorrow night's meeting. Park and Rec, I know the minute taker has been asked of, and Pam came to me and asked about maybe putting it out, just to see if you get any interest,
Mhm.
because right now, I think she's the girl we have is kinda got a plate full. Again, I haven't followed on Bolton Field, the driveway and the boat ramp with Jason. The water is down, don't know about now, could be back up. Conservation asbestos remediation at their last meeting, they're gonna actually bring it back for January to all work together on the RFP, cause Ray was gonna try to put it together, but he needed some more information, so they agreed to have it come back in January so they could work on it as a group. Now, the Forester contract on last meeting, the changes were made, it was sent over to the Forester with the changes. I do have it back if you want to sign it, or if you want to wait till Wednesday, I can forward it to
We
you.
can go ahead and sign it.
Let's do it.
Do you mind if I continue?
Nope, thank you.
On the joint loss, like I said, we'll proceed after the first of the year. Collins is just gonna be a work in progress. Asbestos, we're on hold on our piece. The same with the rental and hospitality ordinance, we haven't, there's not, to my understanding, there won't be anything on the ballot this year for any zoning amendment. Perambulation, we're putting off till the spring. We do have Henniker and Francistown. I will try to follow up, so maybe we can get the other ones. New Boston's not done until 25, and then you can make a tour in the spring. I'm regularly off on Tuesdays. The service contract list, I hope you guys keep that close by now with your budget so you can see what we have to put out to bid for 24. Deliberative session has been set. Mr. Tebow was here at the last meeting and said that he would be back to actually permit what's left on that lot. God knows why this thing stays the way it stays. But anyway, the eviction notices have been served. The only thing I did get an email today is town council has asked me to accompany her to court regarding one of the prior owners. They're having a hearing on merit. So I'll do that Thursday morning. I don't have any correspondence that I could think of off the top of my head, so I wrote BOS if any, you can come back to that. Work session items we need to do, once we get started again, one of them can come off here. The solid waste, we need to have a discussion further as to how we wanna go. Forester contract will come on after tonight. Cemetery sexton, again, we have no applicants. RFP, Sherry, is there a way of getting a form? I did talk to Betty, Billy was gonna draw one, but I haven't seen one.
Oh, make sure you get it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Right to know requests, I shared all that you, the first one, the file was received by town council. She's in the middle of redacting it and we'll forward it to them. From there, I'm not sure where we'll go from there. Sherry did bring me the books, they're upstairs, so I can get the rest of that done Wednesday and scan that. The, two that I sent one lengthy one, but it was done in two parts. To the Pratts for their right to know. I did not finish the other one because I'm trying to catalog the attorney-client privilege one so that it's not just a blunt attorney-client privilege, it's a matter of this was the date, this was the email exchange, and kind of what it had to do with, even though it's not accessible. I think cataloging it and providing it to them is very beneficial. Then I received the other four you can look at. I guess I'd like to talk a little bit maybe about the bottom one, but maybe not tonight. I mean, we've got a little bit of time and maybe we can brainstorm a little bit how we want to attack it. Because I think it's such a wide variety of things and it's a huge spectrum of things. I just don't know kind of where to start.
Yeah, I guess we did just see it today.
That's kind of I was doing taxes, so I didn't do it.
Yeah, no, at a glance, it's the first one I've been like, man, this deadline almost seems tight.
It's
yeah.
everything. I mean, it's just a list of a lot of things that have gone on in the last few years. Like I said, I don't know where to start, or how to attack it. I've got to wrap my head around it, and I hope you guys can, and we can talk about maybe Wednesday, if you guys have some thoughts, let's have a discussion, because I really, there's a list where to start.
Yeah.
Well, at a minimum, if we don't talk about it until the 27th, they ask for a response by
Right.
January 1st, I believe.
So I think,
So at a minimum, we probably should tell them we're gonna need an extension.
yes.
I
I would propose that we, respond with that. We, of course, intend to comply with the law and will retrieve all the information. But given the breadth and scope, and holidays and current board schedule, January 1st will not be feasible.
I can do that. Just to
Yeah.
let him know, yeah. But if you guys can think of a way of attacking it as well, I've been trying to think of how we can do
I
that.
only skimmed it really, I mean, I just read through
And
it
then
quickly.
I broke down the Drummond-Woodson bill, but you guys all have seen it inside, negotiations, and then the Mitchell Municipal that goes from the evictions to the public service, to the EES, to the right to know, which was an inquiry. It was a response and an inquiry, conversation with Chief Moore, right to know. The training, which she did send me the notes I had to ask for, and I'll forward them all to you. And Salem did ask me to get the video up. I put that on my radar to put on the YouTube.
Okay.
And then their bill always says copies and prints. There is pending litigation, I don't know anything more. Mediation set for January 29th, nothing more has been provided to us. Budget schedule, you saw the rest of it tonight. The Finance Committee is going to meet tomorrow night and Thursday night. Tomorrow night is to hear the fire and the rest, just like tonight. Thursday night is strictly for the SAU and the schools to meet with the Finance Committee. Ethics Committee, they have canceled for the rest of this year. They'll get started back again in '24. I just have to get the schedule. Again, SB2 calendar, I'm just leaving on there. I know the first two things have been by. We did get one petition that will be on the zoning amendments. Then we still have opportunity for the petitions and things down through there. I don't know if anybody wants to, Benji's not here, Salem, I leave this on here all the time. I should have taken out the cemeteries, but if you had any park and rec from your last meeting.
I should have, I'm not sure that I grabbed a piece of paper. We spent, I guess we spent time talking about East Road some. They want to, of course, be included in further conversations. There was, I'm trying to remember if I talked about this at this table already, but there was the dinner with the seniors that went very well, very well. There were a lot of people involved. I would call out Denise Purington for running point on that and making sure it was done smoothly.
Yeah, I heard good things about it.
Yeah.
Nice.
It was pretty fun. Yeah, that's it.
And then Sherry, I don't know if you had any adds to conservation or not. I realize that it's not really a selectman's position, but.
I mean, the contract was a thing. Ray's working on the building there up at Biden's property's working to get that together, to get the, what am I thinking? Tired. Why can't I think of the word?
RFP?
Yeah, RFP. And then they're putting out the bid for the Felch Farm again. I think,
Yeah, no, I haven't seen
I haven't
I haven't seen it to re-put it out yet.
I haven't seen anything,
I
but,
know you guys
That's what
previewed
they-
the bid prospectus and the information, but I have not received it to put it out on the
Oh,
list.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, okay. Yeah, so I'd say that's about it.
Okay, I'll move down to the building projects, so, this list of projects has been on long before I think even Kevin started being on the board, because there is quite an open list of things to be done over at the town hall. That name that's on there was just one possible contractor, doesn't have to be stuck there, it's just it's a holding spot. Now, Riverdale Road, River Road, we did get the grant approval for the variance from the ZBA on 12/5. Approval was also granted Thursday night on 12/14. What I need to do is there's some additions to the plan that need to be made, and then the planning board can sign it. But because it's a donation of 510 square feet, I have a letter from Avatar, and according to the RSA, if it's not valued at 5,000, we can put it on the agenda and accept it at a regular meeting. So my plan was to do that at the 27th, to real quick, doesn't have to have a public hearing.
That's the one that smoothed out that corner?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, and the other thing I was gonna add to that dawned on me after was, the skateboard park. He spent like $3,300 in his Eagle project to do that, and that's basically we'll accept the work for that at the same time. It's just, there's no public hearing, you just have to make the motion in your minutes.
What
It's
about
less than
the,
5,000.
what about the kid that was, I can't think of his name now, he was a young fella, came in, he was doing the benches.
That's ongoing.
That's still
It's-
going?
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
I think, I don't remember the correct number, but he's made a bunch of them.
Yeah,
And
he
they're-
got a
they're-
lot of more money, is
Yeah,
what I
and so
heard,
they,
and he's
yeah,
made
he's
a
still building
bunch.
them, and
Because
they're,
technically, we have to approve it or
Right.
accept the donation,
Right.
and Benny emailed me today and thanked me. I think you got the,
Yep.
It really came out good, he did a nice job.
Yeah.
Where's the solar, I did pose a question, I did not hear a reply back about what our next steps are for that. I'll keep you in the loop. The building generator, Irving ran the line to the tanks. Bob was supposed to inspect it today so we could fire it up. I didn't get a chance to talk to Bob. I believe it's been inspected, but I'll double check that, and then we just have to run it. HVAC in the basement, we have a well detailed, I just haven't put an RFP together because it well exceeded the purchasing policy amount. Fall services, have been scheduled, as you can see the date, it's actually gonna be spring. But that's as soon as they could do the fall ones. Irving couldn't even give me dates yet for those. I asked about, my concern being at the firehouse is every year you're supposed to have it, cleaned, so it doesn't void the warranty. And I said, well, I've tried and tried, and with 313, and they assured me, and I have it in an email, that being done in March is not gonna void an agreement because they couldn't fit me in. So I just want you to know that. Fall furnaces, I gotta get back to Irving because no one called me today. The handicap ramp, I have not heard from Brett. He did come out and look at it. And he asked me if he should include a cost to demo it in his bid, and I said yes. Because that's nothing we're gonna cover, because we can't really cover it. The handyman, as I said to you, every morning he starts out and he goes to Town Hall, Stone Building, and here to make sure the heat's on and there's no water in the buildings. Today was one of those days. And Sherry and I had this discussion that it was mentioned that he turned the heat down.
He didn't turn it down, he turned the furnace off upstairs, the
But-
switch was off,
But,
so
okay,
it couldn't run.
I mean, but I don't understand because he has pictures in his report that says that the battery in the controller was dead.
I think what happened is he turned the furnace off upstairs, and I'll double check on it, but I believe the furnace was shut off, so there was no power going in, so the battery came on to run that, and it ended up having the battery.
Well, I'll check
go
with
dead.
him, he's never been to your furnace.
Well, somebody went upstairs,
Well,
because
it
wasn't
wasn't
me.
him, I'm just saying, it wasn't him.
It
The
was a
battery dead.
Wednesday,
We replaced the
around 1
battery.
o'clock.
We replaced the battery, how do you know what time? Because he does it in the morning.
It was around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, because I can see it from the thing, I can see it on my phone at home. So I know if the heat goes
You
down,
can see
I
it on
know
your
it.
phone from home?
Yeah, yeah.
Why, I don't understand why that goes to your phone, it should come here.
No,
Because how would I know the building's gonna freeze if it goes to your phone? If you knew the temperature was down on your phone, how
I
does that
I
happen?
hadn't seen it at that time.
But I just
It's a
saying,
matter of
we
a
wouldn't
couple-
let Parks and Rec let the cameras to the tennis court go to somebody's private phone. Why are we letting it go to your private phone? I don't understand.
I don't know how I don't know how
It
it's.
is, it's a
linked up.
town building,
Yeah, I
and it's
know.
going to your private phone.
I've just been watching it because I
But
wanted to
How did we
see.
do that?
I
How
don't-
did we install something? to
We're
go
not
to a
installed
private-
anything, it's in the, it's right in the, heat thing, your thermostat. It's in that.
who all has access to that?
ESP
me.
does it. ESP is the guy who does all of our
Furnaces.
all of our fire alarms, all of our freeze alarms. I just don't know
Yeah.
Can you
why.
ask him to make sure that you're also getting a copy if something goes wrong?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, I
Well,
can,
he
I,
said
I
we
don't
don't
know.
have a monitoring system.
Oh.
Because when our handyman went over there, the alarm was going off. And he said, I had to call ESP to ask him how to reset it. And once he put the battery in the change you know, the thermostat on the wall, he turned it up, came back over here for a little while. ESP gave me the instructions on how to do it. He went back over to make sure that the heat, we weren't out of oil or propane, turned it back down to 55, and he reset the alarm, and we've never had a problem. So I'm just saying, I mean, I can ask him, but I'm sure he wouldn't have shut the furnace off. Maybe the battery dying shut the furnace off, but.
No, the
again,
actual switch, like a light switch on the top of the furnace was shut off
then you had to climb into the attic to do that.
to turn it back on.
I'll ask, but I doubt
Yeah.
that, I mean.
Yeah, I don't know, nobody else had been in there as far as I know.
And he also, today when he went over, the front door was unlocked, so.
Yeah, I'll get hold of Tom, because he's the only one.
And then the last thing is, we had some flooding today in the basement, with all the rain. The basement hall flooded down the hallway into the food pantry. The water, Tim has diverted the water away from the building. The floors were mopped and the food pantry has a fan on it to dry the carpet. There were some things in the food pantry that got wet in the boxes, but Tony and Beth jumped in and we got the boxes and the wet boxes out of here.
Oh, yeah.
But we took the cans and nothing was spoiled.
Good.
So that rain really played some havoc.
Well, it sounded like the fire department went out to a lot of houses.
I heard him on the run today.
Yeah, pumping cellars out and stuff, I can't even imagine.
That's all I have, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I still think if we do correspondence, other business, set the work session agenda, and then come back and we'll wrap up with the important but boring task of finalizing minutes.
Okay.
So, yeah, actually, that's a good segue, because I did write down, just thank you to all the town employees who did work very hard because of all this flooding. It's not something you can account for. And we did hear, like from the fire chief, about pumped out basements. I saw Jason, he pulled over right in front of my house, throwing sticks off the road, and then he like tore out to just keep going on his rounds, just making sure the roads were clear.
And there were a lot of trees and limbs and power lines down as well.
Yep, I know the police were keeping everybody, they mentioned it, may have been just the chatter before the meeting started, but, you know, a lot of people were staying informed from the stuff they were keeping posted. So yeah, just thank you to everybody who worked on that today. And then, yep, that's all I had as far as correspondence of the business.
And I already
Do you have anything?
mentioned to
Okay.
Naomi that.
Okay, I thought you were getting something ready.
Darcy.
No, I have no
Oh, yeah,
correspondence.
that's the only
Okay.
correspondence I've had this week.
Right, and what she had said was, she had received a call from one of the girls that were here during the building inspector stuff, which I did forward over to you, which we have to discuss about the stamped plans. So it wasn't a topic for tonight,
No, I told
but you guys have what I got. And I'm not sure if you wanna put it on the 27th, what you wanna do. So.
Okay. Actually, I did want to ask Janice, we had left you the task of
Yes,
making
I have-
reviews,
I have,
or not reviews, but templates.
I didn't send these out.
I didn't get any more than what I sent you.
Yeah, I looked this afternoon before I left. These are definitely draft, so I would like to get some input as to what you think as far as, you know, we'll pretty it up, but just looking at the content,
Okay.
so.
You want me to throw them in the boxes upstairs, or?
I can email them if that's okay.
Yeah.
There's one for you. So I don't know that you want to take time to read them tonight, but you can, I believe it's legal if you just individually send me input against a draft, is that correct?
I think
Yeah,
we
just
can,
send it
yeah.
back.
Right.
Yep. Okay, well, thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you have already slated for work session?
So what I, just in no particular order, I have Jason to do a bridge update and to award the asset management software. He got those bids in. I have 2023 budget year and expenditure discussion. I have a 2024 proposed budget. I wrote tweaking, but it might be a discussion. Then I have donations for the property down on River Road, Riverdale, and skateboard. They only should take a minute. And we tabled the AFIS decision until then, and then I had put down evaluation paper draft, but Janice took care of that.
Okay, can you repeat the second one, please?
Yeah, of course. 2023, the year-end budget
Oh,
expenses.
okay, I got them all.
Okay, so I have Jason with two things.
Okay, what was Jason's second
Jason
thing?
had a bridge update and the asset management software,
That's
he
it,
got
okay.
bids. Then the 2024 proposed budget, I guess I call it review. Because I think we're gonna come through with what we've been, kind of as a draft for the extra warrant articles as well. Then I have a donation for the skateboard park and the triangle at the corner. Then I have the tabled AFIS decision and I just wrote evaluation draft, but Janice is taking care of that, but you guys can look at it, doesn't do anything.
Yeah, and I guess, so that what would be the next step on that? So I think that's all pretty solid. What would be the next step on this to move it forward? If we'll all reply to you individually, you'd get this together, and then,
Look at a final.
okay.
And then what I
set
think
dates.
you guys
Yeah.
have to do is like sit together and put one together for the three of them.
Mhm.
Yeah. And now you got, I sent you all the job descriptions as well. You
Hmm.
guys got that, and you got everything that I got. Each one I just kind of, as I got them, I forward them, and that's all I got.
Okay.
Too bad there wasn't more, but that's all.
So this would just be finalized?
Yes, to finalize. I know you can put finalized evaluation.
Yeah. Okay. Seems reasonable to me, otherwise I doubt I'll be sitting here, so,
It's a long night, too.
yeah.
Don't forget tomorrow night, though. We've got to really work out this.
6
Yeah.
o'clock, yeah.
Was-
And yeah, thank you for stepping in for me last week.
You're
I
welcome.
did a Cub Scout thing.
Was there any update from the planning department on the duck pond request?
There
for-
was,
I
and
didn't-
actually Benji was
I-
at the meeting.
I was gonna say, I think there was a
Yeah.
problem and I couldn't see the video. so-
Yeah, there was. I mean, we're on audio tonight, but no video, I'm not sure, and I don't really wanna stop it start again, because the audio keeps going. I have gotten text message from several. So, they showed back up at the planning board, and Benji was there as well. And the motion that was made by the planning board after they discussed it, I have written down notes that I sent. If you don't have the final typewritten ones, was, Bruce Fillmore made a motion to recommend that the Board of Selectmen sign the application for the wetlands permit. Frank Bolton seconded, vote was 5-0. What they do is, the wetlands permitting takes time, so they wanna get him the permit. He does have to come back for an amended site plan, but the site plan's gonna show the bridge in a smaller footprint, I guess. So if you want to sign this, or do you want to sign it Wednesday? I
Yeah,
think Salem and I briefly talked.
Yeah, I had recused myself from the discussion last week.
Okay,
And that's a
that's a
problem.
good reminder. We
That's
can't,
a
we
problem.
can't sign it tonight.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for bringing it up, but I'm sorry, and we
No,
talked
no,
earlier.
I totally forgot about that.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking we had a quorum here
Nope.
tonight, so.
That's a great,
No, we wouldn't if you recused yourself for that topic.
Okay, so, with that, yeah, for anybody who's still listening, we're just gonna talk about minutes for a little bit, and then we'll adjourn, so. Let me see.
11:13.
Yes. I had 2 lines.
Okay.
Line 99, Montplaisir is missing the letter T.
99. Is missing what?
The letter T.
M-O-N-T.
Yeah, okay, it's getting late. I
Yep.
didn't even notice it, yeah.
Then 236, 237, this was with regards to the DPW bonuses, and as written, it says, Selectman Bloom said they came up to what they came up with, higher amounts than what they have currently in place. I would just amend that to, Selectman Bloom said the approved bonus is lower than the DPW director's proposal, but is 20 times higher than what they had in place. And again, I went to the video and, like,
You have that, can I have yours after?
Yeah.
Thank you.
If everybody's good with that. That's all I had for the 13th.
At 329, Selectman Bloom clarified that T, I believe it should be there, was money to
Okay.
spend on materials.
Oh, there was
329,
one. Yep.
that's my only change.
Okay, I'll move that we accept the November 13th minutes as amended.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes. On the 20th, I had no amendments.
On the 20th, I had no amendments.
Whoa. Move that we accept the November 20th minutes as written.
Second.
All in favor?
I'm sorry, I was looking at November 30th. Can I go back?
Sure.
On the 20th?
Yes, the
Yep.
20th. Brian Reopel,
Yep.
is his name spelled correctly? Because it's spelled different ways on line 15 and 38. I'm not sure which one is correct.
I believe 15 and.
38.
Yeah, I see it as a, yeah.
Hmm.
I'll have to double check what his email said, I
Okay.
don't
Okay.
remember.
That was
I'll
the
check
only
his
change I
stuff.
had on the 20, is one of those needs to change.
Yeah, I have his email, I can't remember which way it is. So it's now as amended.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so, yeah, I guess formally I'll move that we accept the November 20th meeting minutes as amended.
Second.
All right, all in favor? Aye. Okay, I haven't looked at the 27th. The 30th is, oh, sorry, the 30th was really trivial, right?
30th was our site walk.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I just noted one thing on line 34. One instance of PBN was spelled PNB. It was a good meeting, though. I like that.
I think it was a really good meeting. A lot of information.
Does anyone have anything else for the 30th?
No.
All right, I'll move with that we accept the November 30th minutes as amended.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so, we did a bunch of minutes. That is gonna leave the 27th, and we have,
Before the 11 and then tonight.
yep. So we'll end up with 4 by the time this comes up again
You wanna talk about how we're gonna refine them? Or is that another?
at some point, someday.
All right, sorry.
Are we gonna do what?
Do this process better. Like if, you know, so far it's not ever been contentious. Like, oh, if I could propose, hey, I'll just send in my typo fixes. But if somebody disagrees with my changes, well, that doesn't work. And like someday I won't be on this board, that doesn't work. So, yeah, I don't have a solution.
I don't think we'll get one tonight, but it's
Nope.
worthy of talking about in January-ish.
Well stated.
Yeah.
All right, with that, I will move, I'm just double checking here. I'll move that we adjourn.
No second.
You don't want to go through 12-4?
No,
I didn't look at, because we got those today,
Okay.
right?
Okay, Sherry seconded?
Yeah.
All in
Yeah, we
favor?
got the 4th and 11th today. Yes.
Yes.
I just wanna wish everybody on the board and those viewing a very Merry Christmas and we'll be back on.
Yes, very true. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Same to you, Naomi.
And feel